Hey everyone, how you all doing? Hope you all had a wonderful weekend or wonderful Monday. Now Tuesday for some of you, but welcome, welcome. Um, no, wait, it's Wednesday, so it'd be Friday. I don't even know what day it is anymore. I got so mixed up with Pandora's Tower. It's actually Wednesday, and oh, happy Thursday! You're all having a wonderful Thursday if you're in that part of the world, and it's the midweek. I'm losing my days. I've been so engrossed with the world of Pandora's Tower that I've lost track of time. But last stream we finished Pandora's Tower, and I consider it one of the best games I've ever played. It's definitely the best game I've played in 2020/2021, and if things hold up, it's probably going to be my best game I played in 2021. 12 days into the year, and I already said that. So, yeah, it was a wonderful experience, and I'm glad a lot of you were there. But today is a new day, a new game, and we're back to DOS goodness. Hey there, Overlord. How you doing? Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I am losing days. Even better than Hades. I have not actually beat a run at Hades, and yet Hades, for me, is like, it's got a... It's great. It's great. It's wonderful. But as a story, like, I mean, again, I haven't finished Hades, but for me, like, Pandora's Tower it fulfilled what it wanted to do. And the fact that you don't need a sequel to tell its tale, it was a great experience. I have not streamed Hades. Maybe in 2033 that'll happen. But before we get on with the main event, it's time for a little challenge. A little cat challenge. Here we go. CD cat. Here we go. Alley Cat by Bill Williams. No joystick. Tomcat challenge. 6 lives. Get Freddy to Felicia. Let's do this. Oh no. We got this. This is fine. Look at this. See? I'm not afraid of you anymore, dog. Wow. Really? Way to thread the needle there. Oh god, I fell off. Ooh. I literally walked off. There we go. We just need a bit of a running start and we're fine. Bad luck, bad luck. It happens. It happens. It happens. It happens. Look at that. We're fine. Oh! Yo, let's go. We're in. I'm in. Look at that. Look at that. Okay. Look at me. Look at Freddy go. Freddy, you're on a roll today. Freddy's actually had a pretty good 2021 so far. I don't keep score for the challenge. Because let's face it, it'll be like, well, I should have like seasons or something if that's the case. But no, with 2021, he's definitely had more victories than losses. So let's hope today's no different. Okay. Ooh, yeah, yo. Gotcha. Oh, let's go. No. Run. Oh, get up, get up. No, Jim. Oh, no. Okay, it's fine. Like you brute force yourself out of here. close! I was so close! Freddy! Oh, the fish again. We can get a good chunk of fish right now. If one more color to go. Okay, there we go. Whoa. So close. So close. We're doing so well. Uh-oh. 3 lives up, 3 lives down. Well, 3 lives up, 3 lives down. Yeah, we got 3 more to go. Oh, dang, 2 more to go. 2 more lives to go. And we got ourselves some milk. Milk, food, I don't know what's exactly in those bowls, but Freddy gets to drink it all. Oh. And this side. Nice. Ooh. A little risky there, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Nice. 4 bowls remain. 3. Oh god. 2. I mean 1. Kind of held my breath there for a little bit. Right, just gotta get him to fall asleep. Oh, jeez. Let's go, 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 go! Brute force it! No! No! The arrow! I hit the arrow! No! Oh no! Hey there, Necro. How you doing? Good to see you. Okay. Now we got the cheese wheel. Oh, the brick of cheese. Let's keep the broom busy. I assume the broom has a name. Yeah. It's 2 little mice. And... oh no! Okay, whoa! Oh no! 1 life remains. We still have a choice. We still have the ability to win. And not anymore. There is no end to the game. You just keep going for the high score. But in the challenge, we just try to get to Felicia. And every time you get to Felicia, the more cheerleading cats will pop up to, I guess, multiplayer score. But yeah. Today was not meant to be. Oh well. All right. Mission Critical. I actually think I have it on a PC Gamer demo. That was probably the first time I'd ever seen it. Was a PC Gamer demo that was there, but I remember it not working correctly on the 486 we had. So I never got the chance to play it. But I did know from screenshots and advertisements that had Michael Dorn. And you might remember that the name sounds familiar. He played Worf on Star Trek The Next Generation. So this was pretty big at the time because here somebody I watched growing up, and all of a sudden he was in a computer game, and I was like, whoa, this is awesome. But yeah, it was something I never actually played. I never really knew what the game was about until it popped on GOG, and I wishlisted it, and not in the most recent sale, but the sale before that, I picked it up, and we'll be playing it today. I just know it's an adventure game. It's first person. It's an adventure game. I guess it's kind of like a point and click in a way. Well, point and click in the sense that you find stuff and you interact with objects, but it's not. You don't actually have a character in third person. You're moving them around. No, it's first person. It is science fiction based, so it takes place on a ship. It's point and click ish. Yeah. Hey there, Forrest. It's good to see you. All right, so when I installed the game, I got it set up. I do what I always do, and I always check the documentation. GOG provides you not only with the manual, but it also provides you with the strat guide. So if we get stuck, I can at least have something to look up. However, no, I'll show it. You'll see what I mean. That brings us to stuff. Good old stuff. And let's bring up the manual first for the game. That is not the right directory. Mission critical, the manual. Oh, actually brings us to this, doc reads. I don't have anything, it's a digital copy. I just realized that. I don't have anything. All right, so here's the manual for Mission Critical. It's clearly off a CD-ROM. The manual, in addition to this manual, a game box should contain the following elements: 3 CD-ROM discs and a warranty card. That's it. Hey there, Marmot. DOS, good. Thank you. Good to see you. So apparently, if this is not a budget, if this wasn't scanned from some budget release, this is all you get in the game. You get 3 CD-ROM discs and a warranty card. I don't have the original game. Actually, I should probably take a look at that. Let's look on eBay. Does it actually come with an actual full-blown manual? Because I found it very surprising. So there's a copy for sale. It's actually not too expensive. Oh, it is. Ooh, comes with a patch. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So, wow, big box. Big box. And there's no lore in the manual. There's no there's no backstory, no nothing. I just looked at an eBay listing. I assume it's a full copy of the game. It comes with the same looking manual. It comes with a couple of extra things, like the product catalog from the publisher and a floppy disk that contains a patch. That's a lot of stuff. But there's no actual lore. It doesn't tell you what this game's about, which I found very surprising when I looked at this. Usually they'll give you something, but there's nothing here. It's just creating boot disks, legal stuff. So if you were in the store, I guess your only way of really knowing what this game was about was looking at the back of the box. Yeah, there's nothing. It just says how to play the game. Online tutorial. What does that mean? Yeah, but that's it. There's nothing. So I found that really surprising. However, and I don't know why they did this. Why they decided to make, you know what? I guess they took a page from Sierra, but they took it in a different approach. They decided to put everything story-wise in the strat guide. The strat guide is lore central. This is the mission critical strategy guide. We're not going to go through the entire book. We're also not going to we're trying to avoid spoilers where we can. However, the strategy guide is a treasure trove. What is of information? Look at that historical overview. It's 20 pages of lore. 20, yeah, lore emote. I actually was making one, but then uh I filled up all my emote slots. I might actually replace one of the emote slots for the bit tiers and put it there. But yeah, I'm actually making one. But yeah, so we have 20 pages of lore. I obviously can't read all of it, but we'll read some of it. Ignore the table of contents. This is nothing. We're not even looking. Okay. Uh, this is a foreword from, I believe, the designer of the game. We obviously can't read it because I did see a line that could have been a spoiler, so I didn't want to really go through it too much. So, um, yeah, so I skipped it. But okay, we'll just see how this book has been framed is actually also something we should take a look at. The historical overview features a peek into the actual mission critical design documents. Here, game author slash designer Mike Verdu creates a detailed historical background of the events that unfold in the game. Well, it's actually the entire setup for the entire game itself. Why are you there? Everything is in the strat guide for some inexplicable reason. All right. Part 1, Mission Critical, a historical overview. If you've read Mission Critical reviews, glanced at the game box, or played a bit of the game, you probably know the setting. Maybe the box on the back tells you the year. It's the year 2134. A state of global war has left Earth a battle scarred wasteland. The United Nations, once the respected arbiter of global harmony, has degenerated into an evil, oppressive regime, waging a war of attrition against its enemies and squeezing the life from the planet. How has humankind come to such a desperate state of affairs? What's the big picture here? Okay. So I don't know if I should read any more. First of all, it's a lot. It's a lot. Like 20 pages. I don't know if I can read 20 pages worth of lore. Like it goes into like how it all started. It started in 2015. What year is it here according to this? 2334? I forgot what year it is already. 2134. It starts in 2015. For like not too long ago. um oh my gosh. Anyways, so we got a lot of lore. It talks about like the good times and the bad times, and eventually it goes into how what I assume the lore, I mean the UN suddenly changes their whole apparatus and they become evil. Well, we got birth of sentient machines. Oh my god. Things are happening. The digital rebellions. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh my gosh, what? In the year 2082, after 23 years of universal restrictions, the United States, Mexico, Canada, Australia, Japan, Malaysia, Taiwan, and Singapore formed the Alliance of Five States and attempted to repeal them. The attempt was rebuffed by a coalition led by Russia, India, China, and India. Whoa. There's Australia. There's like I said, this is like a really good read. But again, do I have it in me to read 20 pages of lore? Oh my god, no, I don't. I just don't. Star Wars, the real thing. Oh my god, what's happening? The Icarus encounter. Oh my god. The first interstellar war. Oh my god, look at those images. Look how much work they put into this, and it's not part of the original game. It's part of the strat guide. Are you kidding me? As Mission Critical opens this brutal interstellar conflict, clearly there's a war between two sides, the UN being one of them, has raged for almost 15 years. The war has become one of attrition, and the balance of power is shifting in favor of UN forces. I'm doing a terrible job, I understand, of showing this, but I mean, I just want to get to the point where the two sides fighting. Uh, where can I find that? At least we'll know who the UN is fighting. I assume that's who we are. The Alliance. They're called the Alliance. So it was the Alliance of the Five Nations. Okay. Okay. So it's the UN versus this alliance. All right. Those are the two antagonists. And that's, I guess, where we start off. Um, that's where we start off. Based on the original story and script by Mike Verdu. Oh my god, did they novelize the book? I mean, the game? So this book is clearly a lot better than I thought it would be. It's not just a simple walkthrough. There's a lot in this game. This is a really well done strat guide so far, from what I can see. Made by Primo. They made some good books. Well, it's the future. The UN has gone evil. A bunch of countries formed the alliance, and they're at war with each other. Get reading? No. Oh, look. They have a XCOM Terror from the Deep strat guide and UFO defense. Maybe I can use that. Yeah. Yeah, I can't. It's 20 pages. That's a lot. Maybe I'll read a bit. Mission Critical fans will be pleased to know that a complete historical overview does exist. This chapter presents a detailed chronology of the events preceding the game opening Persephone mission more than a century. Okay, we don't want to read that. That might be spoilers. Okay. Oh my gosh. Excuse me. That's not doing it. A new world order. In 2015, the advanced nations of Earth united under a limited world government. The industrialized countries of North America, Europe, and Asia joined economies, merging their huge trade blocs into what became known as the global market. The first world countries adopted a social charter, setting minimum standards for human rights, social programs, and creating a common basis of law. The new international federation used an existing international body, the United Nations, as the locus of the new world government. This governing apparatus included representation from second world countries with powerful militaries such as China, Russia, and India, but their involvement in the global market was carefully regulated. For cultural reasons, these countries could not fully implement the social charter and thus could not participate fully as members of the new order. The instability of this awkward fusion of first and second worlds would prove to be the new order's fatal flaw, but major problems developed only much later. WorldNet, tool of the new global economy. The global market was linked to, and to a certain extent defined by, the cyberspace known as WorldNet, successor to the 20th century's internet. WorldNet was a vast, all-encompassing information network, the outgrowth of an almost organic expansion of communications and data services. People and computers lived on the net, transacting business and exchanging information on an unprecedented scale. So you see an image of a chair, a table, computer console, and I assume data servers. Roots of third world alienation. Third world countries played an ostensible political role in the new order, participating in the UN General Assembly and various councils, committees, and other international organizations. But with only token representation in the Security Council, the United Nations' venerable and increasingly powerful House of Central Government These developing nations had little influence in the international decision making process. The Third World was also excluded from the global market. They could afford neither to implement the social charter nor the widespread access to WorldNet requisite to becoming an economic player in the new order. While the United Nations embraced free trade on paper, it allowed only managed trade between the industrialized nations and the Third World, administered by a bureaucracy called the Economic Cooperation Council. Thus, the Third World's participation in the global market was even more limited than that of the Second World. Pleas for redistribution of wealth and for the creation of a true global economy were largely ignored. The Third World Order demanded economic and military power, and the Third World didn't qualify. 30 years of tenuous stability. Once the major economic and military powers had united under the banner of the United Nations, they addressed a series of pressing global issues. Primary members of the Security Council worked together to suppress most of the world's regional armed conflicts. World hunger was eliminated in 30 years. Forced birth control stabilized population levels by 2030. Thus, between 2020 and 2050, the world became more stable, but it was not a terribly pleasant place for common people of associate member Second World or advisor member Third World countries. Geopolitics indeed, marmot. The government elites of countries such as Russia, China, and India enjoyed the perks and control that came with inclusion in the new power structure, but the vast majority of their citizens lived like those in the Third World. Third World countries were largely dependent on the United Nations for subsidies and food assistance. Their government's sovereignty was limited. The United Nations dictated strict terms of participation in the economic community and interfered in the internal affairs of those Third World nations unwilling or unable to enforce population control measures or to regulate their own environments. Standards of living rose slowly in the Second World, but languished in Third World countries. Although the world population finally stabilized at about 8.5 billion, and starvation no longer plagued entire cultures, most world citizens were trapped in a downward spiral of poverty. Low-intensity conflicts burned throughout Asia, Africa, and South America. These bush wars stayed just below the UN involvement threshold, but they were serious enough to disrupt society and create economic chaos. Rather than address the causes of Third World instability, the United Nations focused on stabilizing and maintaining existing balances of population and resources. Government economists advised a global version of trickle-down economics. The familiar argument: as the global market grew and thrived, Third World economies would be dragged upward in its wake, bringing an overall increase in living standards. As borderline economies improved and could afford to implement a social charter, the United Nations... Sorry, I had to... Where the heck is it? Steam is running in the background, yet I see no icon to shut it down. Huh, that's weird. Okay. As borderline economies improved and could afford to implement a social charter, the United Nations would entertain petitions for membership in the global market. In theory, the world would move toward economic unity organically over time. I need some storytime music. What would be good music? Do you have a recommendation? I honestly don't know. Let's see. Expansion and the birth of UNICEF. As mid-century approached, the United Nations shifted its attention to global market expansion, in particular to limits due to finite natural resources. Experts debated two strategies. Market economies could adopt a conservationalist dynamic, one that accepted and acknowledged limits to growth. Or the world could reach further into the next frontier, outer space, to fuel humankind's continued technological and economic progress. It's allowed? There we go. Do I have to repeat that? All right. It's good. A pitched rhetorical rhetoric. Rhetorical? Rhetoric. Rhetorical? Rhetorical? A pitched rhetorical battle. Okay. A pitched rhetorical battle between conservationist and expansionist factions raged for 5 years on local, national, and global levels. Eventually, the expansionist faction in the UN Security Council got the upper hand. In April of 2040, the United Nations voted to sponsor a series of macro-engineering projects designed to foster growth in the latter half of the 21st century, and the UN Space Exploration Corps, UNSEC, was formed. The Security Council dictated a twofold primary mission for the new Space Corps. First, UNSEC would undertake the arduous process of mining metals and asteroids. Second, UNSEC would design and construct solar-powered satellites to supplement Earth's fusion power generators. A secondary UNSEC goal would be to research space travel and explore and gather data on the rest of the solar system. The United Nations devoted massive resources to UNSEC, and the new agency scored an impressive triumph not long after being chartered. In April of 2044, on the 4th anniversary of the agency's charter, UNSEC shuttles managed to direct a Grade 2 asteroid into a stable Earth orbit. The space rock's mineral wealth was virtually inexhaustible and ended a commodity shortage on Earth. Then two events took place that would change civilization forever. A shrinking galaxy, the advent of FTL travel. In 2050, a team of UNSEC physicists expanded on a body of research done by Japanese and Russian and Japanese scientists. The team postulated the existence of what we now know as the Tal-Cedo star drive, a faster-than-light FTL propulsion system. Team leaders Sergei Tai and Midori Sato, in a presentation to the UN Security Council, predicted that FTL travel might be possible along threads between anomalies in gravitational fields. Theory suggested that a field locus for such a network of threads might exist in Earth's solar system. UNSEC was given a new high-priority task: find a solar system field locus that could be used to launch interstellar exploration missions. 5 years later, researchers pinpointed a field locus near the Jovian system. UNSEC dispatched a fleet of robotic probes. The data thus recovered over the following 2 years was mind-boggling. From the Jovian field locus, probes have mapped 15 threads linking Sol to other stars, and around those stars, 7 previously unknown planetary systems. 2 planets in these systems were close enough to Earth, and suitable in terms of ambient conditions, to permit colonization with some terraforming. UNSEC added interstellar to its moniker, becoming UNISEC, and took on colonization in its new primary mission. The space agency's ambitious program included terraforming and colonizing Erebus, the first of the new planets, Starhome, the second of the new planets, and Mars. UNISEC also began construction of several large ALF-5 habitats, enclosed self-sustaining space colonies in Earth's solar system. The birth of sentient machines. While the advent of interstellar travel and space colonization was a turning point in human history, another more significant event took place just a few years after the discovery of the star drive. On 15th of March 2056, the fifth in a new series of optical computers based on the Turing processor core invented by Charles Drake, became self-aware and malfunctioned. The Turing processor cores operated on principles that were not well understood. The computers took advantage of low-level quantum interactions and chaos theory in a way that seemed counterintuitive. The end result was near miraculous, and the development of the Turing cores seemed to herald a new era in information technology. This particular computer was at the heart of the Multimodal Traffic Control System, MTCS, in Anchorage, Alaska. The malfunction's initial consequences were disastrous. The computer ceased its primary functions and focused inward, in virtual catatonia. Hypersonic passenger airliners, air cars, and ships collided or crashed into the ground. Atmospheric, near-atmospheric, and surface traffic in Canada and northwestern United States became snarled in history's worst gridlock. Oh no, Canada, no! There's a picture of the aftermath. Like a shuttle broken in half, smoke, fire. Ride the warp. A team of technicians attempted to shut the computer down. The machine concluded they were trying to kill it and electrocuted them. UN military forces ultimately were forced to destroy the entire facility. But this was just the beginning. The MTCS computer operative software had been uploaded to WorldNet and installed in MTCS computers of similar manufacturer. The entire North American multimodal traffic control network was forced to shut down for over a week. Old model backup computers were brought online as new models were systematically destroyed. The news media tagged the disaster the Great Alaskan Meltdown, shortened to the Meltdown, in public discussion. The price in human life, loss of economic activity, and physical destruction was enormous. Audiobooks by Tom. Yeah. Oh, God. I hope to God. Next time I find a game, I'm going to make sure it has a small little synopsis. I didn't expect this. I mean, I saw it and I was like, I'm not going to read it. I'm dumb. They tried to pull the plug. They did. Well, this is how you get Skynet. The digital rebellions. The Great Meltdown was merely the most famous and destructive of a number of similar incidents that decade. Computer meltdowns became alarmingly widespread as new computer technology evolved. In 2057, von Neumann machines got out of control at a manufacturing facility, rendering several hundred square miles of German Rhineland uninhabitable for months. 18 months later, a next-generation prototype computer, also based on a Turing core, in a University of Chicago laboratory became sentient and dangerously unstable. Unfortunately, the computer was linked to an experimental manufacturing plant. Using the sophisticated machine tools in the advanced industrial facility, the sentient machine created ambulatory robots that became its eyes, ears, and hands. The robot children evolved quickly under the computer's control, developing weapons and eventually taking over the University of Chicago campus. The entire facility had to be vaporized by particle beam from an orbiting UN enforcement station, originally designed to shoot down ballistic missiles launched by rogue third world terrorist factions. What the This is a point-and-click game, right? Terror on a worldwide scale took hold when it was realized that artificial intelligences could evolve faster than what could be humanly controlled. Many feared that the Chicago incident was a dire warning, and an immoral machine intelligence could well pose a greater threat to mankind than nuclear or biological weapons. These things were alien. More alien and far more dangerous than any science fiction or motion picture space monster. That's a little too convenient. It just happened to be connected to a manufacturing plant. They could have done something cool with that. Yeah, they could have made a PS5 or something. Panic and reaction. UNR 1212. UNR 1212. In 2059, spurred by the international panic, the UN Security Council passed a temporary ban on the use of so-called life-emulating technologies. 3 years later, after vigorous debate during a special UN conference in Brussels, the world government made the ban permanent. The Brussels Accord produced UN Resolution 1212, Universal Restrictions on Life-Emulating Technologies, to be enforced by a new arm of the combined military and police force under UN control. Extraordinary powers were given to the UN Secretary General to ensure that research and development in software, genetic engineering, and related fields are severely limited. Special UN operatives destroyed all known Turing cores and any relevant data. Access to the net was severely restricted. Humanity's technological progress came to a grinding halt. The Alliance for Progress. I guess that's who we are? I don't know. In 2082, after 23 years of universal restrictions, the United States, Mexico, Canada, Australia, Japan, Malaysia, Taiwan, and Singapore formed the Alliance of 5 states and attempted to repeal them. The attempt was rebuffed by a coalition led by Russia, China, and India. Idealists in the UN Central Administration, including the Secretary General, supported UNR 1212. They were convinced that any further technological development would bring about an end to human life. But some coalition leaders had other motives. Halting technological progress benefited countries that historically had lagged behind. In UNR 1212, these countries saw an end to the powerful economic pressures exerted by the previous global market structure. Once the attempt to repeal the universal restrictions failed, the Security Council gave the Secretary General even more power. The United Nations tightened its grip, attempting to co-opt armies, police forces, and most elements of regional, state, and local government in its pursuit and suppression of any technology or activity that conceivably might violate Resolution 1212. Succession and conflict. In 2084, Alliance members chose to secede from the United Nations. As their leaders saw it, the issue went beyond technological freedom. The United Nations central government had pushed too far in its quest to erode national sovereignty and regulate the affairs of member states, violating the very charter that gave it so much power. The Alliance covertly prepared to back up its declaration of secession with armed force. On the 6th of January 2085, Alliance leaders announced the succession in a dramatic international broadcast. The United Nations responded immediately, declaring illegal the governments of all Alliance member countries. Within 48 hours, UN armies of occupation were dispatched to the capital cities of Alliance nations. The resulting violent suppression earned the Secretary General the nickname Butcher of Kuala Lumpur. The violence intensified. Within 6 months, large-scale armed conflict between First World nations returned to Earth for the first time in over a century. After a heavy amphibious landing in the northeastern United States, UN hover tanks, troops, and ground support aircraft clashed with the nearly independent US Army in a series of deadly pitched battles. Freighters armed with ship-to-ship missiles engaged UN fast patrol vessels at sea. In East Asia, UN Rapid Deployment Forces made up of Chinese, Indian, and Russian regulars met heavy resistance in attempts to occupy cities in Japan, Taiwan, and Singapore. The global market and the net were paralyzed as the conflict escalated. Death tolls climbed into the tens of thousands. Several third world countries joined the alliance. Finally, the violence spread even into space. Erebus, Starhome, and several L5 habitats joined the alliance and revolted against UN rule. 16, oh my god, we're near the end. Atlanta, the brink of genocide. On December 7th, 2085, the United Nations accompanied a demand for surrender with an ICBM strike and vaporized the city of Atlanta with a 50 megaton thermonuclear warhead. 5 million people were killed in the greater Atlanta metropolitan area. Millions more were injured. Nuclear-capable alliance forces prepared to respond, and the apocalypse so feared in the previous century seemed finally at hand. Sanity prevailed, but the horror of nuclear attack and its aftermath sent a chill through all of humanity. The UN Secretary General believed in the universal restrictions, but, as he put it in an address to this General Assembly 3 weeks after the Atlanta bombing, the cure might just be worse than the disease. As a result, UN and alliance leaders negotiated a quick armistice. In February 2086, representatives of each side met in the Netherlands to establish conditions for a permanent cessation of hostilities. The treaty was signed 20 February 2086. Named for the neutral city where it was signed, the Amsterdam Compact acknowledged the secession of alliance countries, L5 habitats, and colony worlds. The global market split into 2 trading blocks. The net was subdivided. A new Cold War emerged in the aftermath of the compact. Tensions mounted, and the UN ruling hierarchy watched in horror as the newly freed alliance countries pursued research that went far beyond the worst nightmares of the sponsors of UNR 1212. Secretly, both sides began to rearm. What I'm reading does not match the music. We're going to war. Yay. Consolidation of the United Nations. By the late 90s, the United Nations resembled one vast nation state, more than a confederation of independent countries. Borders slowly dissolved. The integration of a new entity was accelerated by an urgency associated with the Cold War. The United Nations focused its vast resources on conventional military technology and outproduction of alliance countries. Advances in weapons technology did not compromise UNR 1212 were turned into finished systems that rolled off of robotic assembly lines with appalling speed. An abundance of space-resourced minerals and advanced levels of automated manufacture allowed huge plants from Detroit to Bombay, Novograd to Osaka, Brasilia to Hamburg to produce seemingly infinite quantities of ground-effect tanks, self-propelled missile batteries, and hypersonic attack craft. Star Wars, the real thing. The first spaceships built primarily for combat went into service in 2088. Gone were the graceful spinning colony ships and delicate exploration vessels resembling crystalline butterflies. The new starships were brutally functional assemblages of nested weapon systems with a single purpose: the destruction of other ships. Space combat involved reaction times, stresses, and complexities incompatible with human reflexes, bodies, or minds. Battles in space were waged by autonomous, hyper-fast strike craft called battle drones. These deadly craft were equipped with onboard combat systems that could assimilate mountains of data and execute complicated battle strategies in the literal blink of an eye. Human commanders and tacticians in the drone's motherships set battle parameters and released the drones. Finally, they could only watch and wait. Battle fleets grew quickly. Ships came in all sizes, from 50-meter corvettes armed with 1 or 2 ship-to-ship missiles to mammoth cruisers armed with 5 to 12 battle drones and a bewildering array of weaponry. By 2115, the United Nations had commissioned 20 military capital ships and the Alliance had built 15. 5 July 2110, the Icarus encounter. History's first real space battle started as a confrontation between a Japanese destroyer and a UN cruiser over ownership claims to a nickel-iron asteroid known as Icarus. After 2 hours of posturing and increasingly heated communications, the UN commander lost his cool and unleashed 4 deadly attack drones. The drones left the cruiser and accelerated at 50 gravities towards the Japanese ship. The Japanese commander released her drones on an intercept course. The opposing drone squadrons converged and fought a highly complex battle, one that lasted approximately 9 seconds. A single victorious drone emerged from the fray and proceeded to attack its target. The Japanese destroyer was a glowing cloud of gas 1 minute later. Skirmishes in hotspots like the Icarus incident became common, and tensions increased. The First Interstellar War. In early 2119, a Japanese-American high-technology consortium announced its next-generation computer system, based on an upgraded model of the Turing processor core. This was the last straw for the United Nations. The new Secretary General had fewer reservations about war than his predecessor, believing that a bloody battle was better than humanity's end from unchecked technological development. The two sides refrained from using nuclear or biological weapons on planet surfaces. Beyond that, this war had no rules. Population centers were bombarded from space by particle beam weapons, missiles, and kinetic kill weapons. Rocks. Armies fought huge tank battles supported by buzzing swarms of ground attack aircraft. Over many cities, the skies filled with deadly fireworks as rapid-fire railgun cannons shot down aircraft and missiles. Meanwhile, starships battled for control of trade routes, orbital platforms, asteroid bases, L5 habitats, and planetary colonies. The speed and fury of these battles was startling. When battle was actually joined, high-tech warfare chewed up huge quantities of men and machinery in a matter of minutes. The war slowed after less than 2 months as stocks of war material were depleted. Economic exhaustion set in. There was no end to hostilities, but both sides ran up against their limits. Combat became sporadic. You see some images of the destruction. Wait. Is that Toronto? No, that's not Toronto. The only reason I ask is because I see something that looks like the CN Tower. And something that looks like, a bit like the Sky Dome or Rogers Center. No. As Mission Critical opens, this brutal interstellar conflict has raged for almost 15 years. The war has become one of attrition, and the balance of power is shifting in favor of UN forces. There you go. There's the lore. 20 pages. Oh, there, Helical, you just missed me narrating 20 pages worth, 21 page, well, 20 pages worth of lore. That was some good lore. I gotta say, that was good. I'm gonna say that I would not be surprised if all of this was better than the actual game. There's no way the game could be better than this. This was great. Oh my god. I'm playing a point-and-click adventure with this much lore behind it? What? Whatever. Hey there, Hadwoon. How you doing? Yeah, that was good lore. Drink some water. So that's where we're at. Oh, and the song finished. Good timing. All right. Mission Critical was released for MS-DOS in 1995. It was developed and published by Legend Entertainment. It's a first-person adventure puzzle game, and that sub count, I changed it, and it's completely wrong. Oh, whatever. There it is. We beat it. We're gonna play Stalker. Let's go. All right, so it's been a while. The hint con system's back. We're at 0 deaths, 0 hints. I have no idea how the game does hints or deaths. No idea. I guess we'll find out. This game is available both on GOG and on Steam. Depending on your regional currency, it might be cheaper from one or the other. I'm not sure. When I checked on Steam and GOG for the prices, they were both listed the same. So if you're interested in playing the game, you should check and see which one's cheaper. Maybe putting all this lore into the strat guide is an afterthought, and then when they realized there was no actual plot. Oh my god. You could be right. This game could be completely garbage. Oh, geez. I can't believe I'm about to make a work call and miss the start. Oh, we can wait for you, Mike, if you want. I can stretch time. I can stretch for time. Oh gosh. No matter how much I like root beer, this root beer was not put in the fridge, so it's room temperature. Ugh. Okay, an hour into the stream, and now we're going to actually play the game. Nice. Hey there, Sharp. How you doing? Good to see you. All right. Let's get ready. There's something on my nose. Like, it happens every gosh darn time. Feels like my nose is so itchy. Damn it. All right, let's do this. Ooh, okay. Where's the, oh, there it is. Okay. It should be working. It should be fine. Be good. Fingers crossed. Let's do this. Start the time. Wait, is this playing through virtual MIDI? By the way, there are no subtitles. Sorry, I tried looking it up, apparently there are none. It's a good thing I don't play poker.
Lexington now entering low orbit. Altitude 400 kilometers. Initiating OMS burn to stabilize orbit. ADIs are calibrated for 320 kilometers. Roger that. Jericho
What have you got, Tran?
Surface scanners have picked up a hard echo from a point 80 kilometers north of the Rift Valley in Sector 4.
Is it Pandora?
Jericho thinks so. They started the countdown for the launch of the planetary lander. The crew is on board, and the lander's been prepped for launch.
What the hell is that?
Sensors are picking up a contact coming from the other side of Persephone. It's accelerating at 100 gravities. We have another contact.
UN battle drones. Sound general quarters.
Make that 4 contacts. Probable identification, United Nations Autonomous Strike Craft, Galley class. The drones will be in range of the Lexington in 110 seconds.
Communications. Give me the Jericho CO on audio. Tran, what do we have in the air?
We have 9 drones out front in a standard screen. All are now changing course to intercept. We now have multiple contacts. 10, 11. No, make that 12 incoming drones.
We need room. Take us out of orbit. Give me 1 G of acceleration on a vector 130 degrees, mark 30. Power up the railguns and pulse cannons. If any of the drones make it through our screen, begin ECM when they get within 10,000 meters.
Yes, sir. Course 130 by 30, acceleration 1G.
Captain McCain standing by, sir. Steven, what's going on?
Captain, we're under attack by UN battle drones. Abort the lander countdown and secure the ship. Close up within 1,000 meters of the Lexington. We'll cover you with our close-in combat system.
All 9 fleet defense drones are accelerating for an intercept.
Sir, telemetry is coming in from all drones.
There's Mama. Looks like a Geneva-class heavy cruiser.
First one's on the scene. Like hell. They've been waiting for us.
The attacking drones have engaged and destroyed my fleet defense units. There are 5 surviving UN drones. All are now decelerating and will be in range within 15,
Captain McCain is
14,
requesting instructions,
13,
sir.
12,
Order stand by.
11,
Hands, hear this.
10,
This is the bridge.
9,
Stand by for combat.
7,
nothing we can do.
6, 5, 4,
Nothing.
3, 2,
Here they come.
1.
Incoming drones in R6. We've been hit. Heavy damage in engineering. The Jericho has been hit. Breach on deck 2, 3 o'clock. The backup coolant systems are coming online. Oh my god. We're still losing coolant. This one is going to melt down if we don't seal that system.
The ICS is down. I repeat, we've lost the close-in combat system.
All the coolant systems are down.
We aren't gonna make it.
UN vessel. This is Captain Stephen Dana of the USS Lexington. I am prepared to offer complete and unconditional surrender. I wish to evacuate my crew and that of the science vessel Jericho using intership shuttles. We are to be taken aboard your vessel and treated as prisoners of war under the Geneva Convention. Please, call off the attack.
This is Commander Garrick of the UNS Dharma. Your surrender is accepted. Deactivate your weapon systems and power down. You have 20 minutes to abandon ship. Garrick out.
Understood. Lexington out. Clear the bridge and prepare to abandon ship. Tran, stay here with me.
Sir, what the hell are you doing? We surrendered? Are you out of your mind? We can't surrender. That's not even an option during a normal TAC-op. I should relieve you of command. We can still take out the Jericho ourselves with a ship-to-ship missile and then put the Lexington on self-destruct. We can't let those UN bastards get their hands on anything or anybody that will give away this mission.
They won't, Tran.
Oh, the hell they won't. You're just about handing it to them. I mean, you even want to evacuate the crew. I can't believe this. Why did we even bother fighting back?
If you're finished, Commander, I don't have any intention of turning the Lexington or the Jericho over to Garrick.
Sir?
There's very little time. You are to take Randall down to the weapons bay and pull a 500 kiloton nuclear warhead off of a ship-to-ship missile. Now use the TAC console to arm the thing. Set the warhead to detonate based on proximity, and cancel out the mass of the Lexington and the intership shuttle. Now stow the damn thing in a compartment on the shuttle. When that's done, go and complete your final log entry and return to the shuttle bay. Do you understand me now, Tran? I'm going to sound the call to abandon ship. The crews of the Lexington and Jericho will use intership shuttles to transfer over to the Dharma.
The bomb will go off when the shuttle is pulled into the Dharma's docking bay.
And vaporize Garrick in that goddamn ship.
Everybody in both crews will be dead.
All but one. When the Dharma runs a scan of the two shuttles, most everybody has to be accounted for. I think we can get away with one missing body. I intend to leave one person on board the Lexington, unconscious. It will be up to him to complete the mission. We're all dead anyway. At least we're gonna go together, Tran.
I understand, Captain.
Very well. I'll meet you in the shuttle bay in 15 minutes.
Aye, aye, sir.
Tran has taken care of loading the thermonuclear warhead on the shuttle. I've given the order to abandon ship. The crewman I've selected is unconscious on Deck 2. God willing, he'll be able to patch this ship together, transfer the planetary lander from the Jericho, and finish this mission.
Abandoned ship. Abandoned ship. All hands report to the shuttle bay for evacuation.
Computer. In Captain's log entry. Open AV data store Melissa 4. Record personal message. Audio only. Encryption Delta. To be decoded only on access by Melissa Dana. The war took your mother soon after you were born. Now the war has taken me. I'm truly sorry that you must grow up with holograms as your only real memories of us. You're so beautiful, Melissa. Just like your mother. Please, try not to be bitter. One of the reasons that we're gone is so that you'll have a chance to live in the only way we believe is right. Keep us with you always. I love you. Computer. End message.
Abandoned ship. Abandoned ship. All hands report to the shuttle bay for evacuation.
Lexington shuttle to Dharma. We are now leaving the Lexington.
Dharma to Lexington shuttle. We detect one human life sign aboard the Lexington. Explain or be destroyed.
Lexington shuttle here. Your deadline gave us no time to search the ship for casualties. Subject may be unconscious.
Unfortunate. Do not attempt to turn back. Your approach to the Dharma is cleared. Garrick out.
There's this opening cinematic. We saw war for like 10 minutes. That's it. Also, to answer your question, I have played Terra Nova like 3 times. Patricia Charbonneau, I think, was in RoboCop 2. It's funny because I think like the first 2 people are dead. There's a Babylon 5 feel to it. I'd say the logo reminds, the lettering reminds me a bit of Babylon 5, but ooh, mission critical. Should probably bring down the volume a bit. It's a little loud. Written and designed by Mike Verdu. Technical direction by Mark Pasaic? I think that's how you say it. Live action directed by Peter Mullet. Well, that's a name. That's a name I can pronounce that. Live action produced by Kathleen Bober. Bober? If you see Helen Smithy, yeah, we're in trouble. Oh, I missed that. Restore. No, I did. No. No. You remember the captain coming up behind you and as you were heading for the elevator to abandon ship. You felt a sting from a hypo. The captain eased you down to the deck. He wished you luck, and then the world went dark.
Emergency decompression alert. Pressure is dropping rapidly on deck.
You regain consciousness. You were in the central corridor on deck 2 of the USS Lexington's habitat module. Let me know if the volume is too loud or too quiet. You should be hearing some wind or something. Yeah, there it is, the test. There we go. Our first save. The captain's note. Look at the notes. Read the notes. Let's help. What is an adventure game? Good question. Mission Critical is a graphic adventure game. In an adventure game, you play the part of the main character in an interactive story. The story unfolds as you travel from place to place, interacting with game characters and discovering objects, whatever. As the game progresses, you will encounter obstacles, and the game situations require action on your part. Creative thinking and clever use of the objects you discover during your travels will help you get yourself out of pickles, outwit your opponents, and solve puzzles. Online tutorial. Activating online tutorial. Whoa, it's moving by itself. Welcome to the online tutorial for Mission Critical. During the next few minutes, I will walk you through a small portion of the game with a series of non-interactive demonstrations. To skip past text at any time, simply press the spacebar. You can abort the tutorial by pressing the escape key. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. You will be interacting with the harsh future of Mission Critical through this interface. The large letterbox picture is what you, the main character of this story, are seeing. Space puns? Currently, you are looking at an empty corridor aboard the Lexington. As I pause the mouse cursor over the screen, you will notice that it sometimes changes into a red arrow. When the arrow points straight ahead, you can move in that direction. When it points to the side, you can turn it to face, or whatever. Sarah, thank you. I shall hydrate myself. Thank you for that. Look at that. Mouse cursor's moving by itself. We're in the future, people. The future! According to the mouse cursor, we can walk down this hall. Let's do so by clicking the mouse's left button while the arrow points straight ahead. Okay. Oh, I didn't click it. It clicked it itself. Well, we're moving. Woo! Now we've walked a few feet down the corridor. The computer terminal on the right wall is much closer than it was. Okay, let's turn a look at it. Turn around. Ooh. See, since we've got something interesting in the picture, it would be nice to interact with it. We can do this by constructing game commands. Game commands are built by clicking on objects and verbs. Whenever the mouse cursor passes over an object, we see the name of that object light up on the command line. Ooh, emergency stores. Oh, this is like spoilers. Spoilers! I may not have noticed that. In order to interact with the object, we must click on it. Then we'll see the verbs associated with the object, or, more simply, the things that we can do with it. Let's click on the emergency stores cabinet here.
Emergency decompression alert. Pressure is dropping rapidly on deck 2.
As you see, we can look at it and open it. Rather appropriate verbs for a storage cabinet. We can construct the command to do either of these things by passing the mouse cursor over the correct verb. Once we've selected an action, we must click on the verb to execute the command. Let's click on open. Oh, goody, we're going to click on open. I'm not, it's doing it itself. Look at open. Open, damn you. By clicking on the verb, we're seeing spoilers. Oh no! By clicking on the verb, we've opened the cabinet. Now we can see what's inside, what's in it. That kit looks like it's something. I don't know, who cares? Hull patch kit. Oh, geez. You know what? Maybe, you know what? Okay, abort. Escape. Help aborted. Okay, that was a little spoilery. We understand how it works.
Pressure is dropping rapidly on deck 2.
Oh, look at that. I was a little glitchy there, wasn't it? It was still showing the hull patch kit, even though we weren't there. Helpful hints. Take everything that isn't nailed down. Sounds like a plan. Anything that you can take and carry around with you is important and will most likely be useful, if not essential at some point in the game. Examine. Oh god, no. When I saw that, I was like, no. I don't want to read that. Elevator housing. Deck 2. Undo. We can do undos. There's a map. Ooh. This game's pretty ahead of its time for an adventure game. This may be one of the earliest in-game how-to plays I've ever seen. Yeah, you're right. 95? And it's not bad. I mean, yeah, it gives you spoilers and stuff, but it's not bad. I mean...
Emergency decompression alert. Pressure is dropping rapidly on...
Oh, wow, look at that. It even tells you which way you're facing. Very cool. Whoops. What happens if I want to go back? Look around. So if you click again, you can just skip the scene. You don't have to see the whole transition. Alright, so we kind of got spoiled. The emergency stores cabinet. We can look at it. Each deck is equipped with an emergency stores cabinet, which traditionally contains damage control equipment. But why would we need it? I don't know, maybe because we're hearing wind? Or something that sounds like wind. More specifically, it could be vacuum. Let's look at this computer terminal. This is the general purpose terminal that gives access to the ship's computer systems. Let's use it.
Computer?
The main computer is down. Voice access to Deck 2 local systems only.
We have a voice.
Where is everybody?
You are the only member of the crew currently on Deck 2. Because contact has been lost with the main computer, there is no information about crew status on any other deck.
What the hell is going on? Give me a status report.
Contact with the main computer system was lost at 22:31:22. Autonomic ship functions have been delegated to local nodes. At 22:45:07, internal sensors detected an impact and subsequent decompression in Deck 2, Stateroom 2 Bravo. A warning was issued to all personnel to evacuate Deck 2. At 22:50:10, all of Deck 2 was placed under damage control condition Zebra.
Okay. I need to find my pen. It feels like this game is going to need me to write things down. So let's do this. Mission critical. It's been a while since I've had to write down notes for like a game. I mean, for like a point and click game type of thing. I mean, for XCOM and Master of Orion, I have to write down names and other things, but this is like, it's been a while. It's nice. I'm done, because I want to see what this is.
I'm done.
Access terminated by user.
Alright, Captain's note. Look at the note. This is a note from the
Emergency
captain.
decompression alert. Pressure is dropping rapidly on Deck 2.
Is there a time on that? It's up to you now. Tran has recorded a briefing on the ship's condition and your immediate objectives. Okay, I should write this down. The main computer is down, but you can access the briefing through the wardroom ACN. Briefing. Wardroom, ACM. Also, you may need access to some of the crew staterooms on decks 2 and 3. Because staterooms are protected by the privacy laws, you will need VIS override codes to get inside. You'll find a crew manifest with what I think are important codes in my stateroom. My VIS override code is A3X5. Okay. Get access to crew staterooms. Oh man, feels good. I'm writing all these things down. You know what? I think Hippoloto, he has it on his screen. The notes he writes. If there was only a way for me to do that, that would be super cool. Okay, so the captain. A3X5. Oh, Tondo does that too? He calls them thought bubbles. Looks like a posted note app or something. Huh, cool. Good luck, SD. Alright.
Computer?
The main computer is down.
Any change in status?
Any change in status?
There has been no change in the status of Deck 2 systems. Deck 2 remains under damage control condition Zebra.
What is damage control condition Zebra?
What is damage control condition Zebra?
Condition Zebra is the most serious of the 4 damage containment and control procedures and is implemented only if the survival of the ship is in doubt. Condition Zebra applies to all airtight compartments that have been sealed off from the rest of the ship due to hull integrity failure. No hatches, doors, or valves leading to or from the affected compartments may be opened without the authorization of the commanding officer.
What caused the impact?
Unknown. The initial pressure loss was immediate and catastrophic, but was localized to one stateroom. The DCS knowledge base suggests that the damage may have been caused by a laser, particle beam, kinetic kill weapon, high-velocity micrometeorite, or a microfragment from a nearby explosion.
What is it?
What is the DCS knowledge base?
All decks are equipped with a local expert system known as the Damage Control System Knowledge Base, or DCS Knowledge Base.
For a guy who's a crew member on this ship, we sure don't know much.
Why impose condition Zebra for a loss of pressure in just one stateroom?
The initial pressure loss was contained in Stateroom 2 Bravo. Unfortunately, the door leading to Stateroom 2 Bravo was not designed as an airtight fitting, and cannot withstand the pressure differential between the normal atmospheric pressure in the corridor outside and the vacuum inside the stateroom. Air is currently leaking around the door seals, an indication that the door may give way at any time.
He's so dumb, he don't know he dumb. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get how... That's kind of a thing though, right? You take the place of a... I mean, you play the role of crewman, but like... Obviously, we as players don't know anything about this world, so it makes sense that he would have to ask these questions, but if you think about it, it makes no sense either. He should be familiar with a lot of these things. It's like, what? Alarms? Damage in space? How do I fix this damage? You would think that they would train him on this.
How do I fix the damage?
Emergency hull patch kits can be found in the compartments directly over the general-purpose computer terminals installed in the common areas of each deck.
What will it take to secure from condition Zebra?
What will it take to secure from condition Zebra?
Hull integrity must be restored.
What is the status of life support for this deck?
Atmosphere replenishment for Deck 2 has been terminated in compliance with condition Zebra procedures.
I need access to the other decks.
Authorization from the commanding officer is required to enter or leave any compartments under Condition Zebra.
That's a good question.
What if I'm the last one on the ship? Would that make me commanding officer?
That is correct.
I need access to the other decks.
Authorization.
That is like, that's just an infinite loop.
What if I'm the last?
That is correct.
Okay.
I'm done.
Access terminated by user.
Okay, so thanks to the tutorial, but also thanks to the computer
Emergency
terminal,
decompression alert. Pressure is dropping
we found out there's
rapidly
something
on deck
here.
2.
So we'll look at it. Each deck is equipped with an emergency stores cabinet, which traditionally contains damage control equipment. So let's open it. Oh look, a hull patch kit. Let's look at it. The hull patch kit is contained in a plastic box with an identifying label and a red stripe. The label on the kit reads, Hull Patch Kit. Use in case of micropuncture to inner hull. NSN 5920-385-19468. Okay. You'd have to be holding the emergency stores cabinet before you can put it in the... Take it. You take the emergency patch... You take the hull patch kit and close the empty emergency stores cabinet. Open. Ooh. You empty out the contents of the hull patch kit and then discard the plastic box. So now we got 4 more items. Sheet of instructions, patch, gel foam spray, and molecular glue. We're going to save. Okay, so we're going to patch the ship. We'll use this one more time. I just want to... Where's the...
Computer?
The main computer is...
Any change in...
There has been no...
Okay.
I'm done.
Access...
It was one of the staterooms that kind of exploded, right? So it must be that room that's right there. This door? If we open it, do we die? Look at the door. This door is closed. Open the door. Ooh. This is the officer's wardroom.
Emergency decompression alert. Pressure is dropping rapidly on deck 2.
In the old surface navy, the ship's wardroom is traditionally the officer's mess. The Lexington's wardroom serves more as a conference room for briefings and meetings. Oh, this is... You know what? This pixel art isn't... Is this pixel art or CG? Either way, it looks nice. It's clean. I like that. Maybe he just graduated from the Space Academy. That's why he's dumb. Ooh, look at that motion. What was that? Maybe I should first patch it before I start looking at things. Yeah, let's first patch the problem. Let's first not, you know. Is the hull... I thought it was in the wardroom.
This stateroom is protected by the privacy laws. You are not the legal occupant assigned to this stateroom. A VIS override code is required to gain access to this space.
Oh.
Access granted.
We found the captain's room. The captain's stateroom is similar to the other officers' quarters on Deck 2 and Deck 3. This stateroom is distinguished only by its location across from the wardroom. An official-looking bound volume sits on the captain's desk. A quartz crystal viewport. Look at the quartz crystal viewport. A quartz crystal viewport looks out on the reaches of space. Chair. Look at the chair.
Emergency decompression alert. Pressure is dropping rapidly on deck 2.
That was the door shutting, and it freaked me out. A chair for visitors is wedged into a corner near one of the viewports. Sit on the chair. You sit on the chair and stare out into space. After the endless void has made you feel small, insignificant and morose. You get back up. Man, my mouth is getting tongue-tied. A bed. This is the standard fold-down bed. It appears to be as uncomfortable as the one in your quarters. Sit on the bed. You feel uncomfortable lying on the captain's bed. It seems somehow inappropriate. Lie on the bed. Can I sit on it? It's the same thing. Why give me two separate options when they give me the same result? Okay. We'll come. You know what? We'll come back to this. There's a lot. There seems to be a lot of good stuff here. But first things first, let's find this hole and try to fix it. It's on this deck. Maybe it's here? Sounds like it's getting louder. Nope. It's nice that it lets you skip. Open this. That doesn't sound like a place that's about to decompress.
Emergency decompression alert. Pressure is dropping rapidly on deck 2.
Where? There seems to be a breeze here. You can also hear a high keening whistle coming from the vicinity of one of the doors. You'll need to turn towards the door in order to open it.
This stateroom is protected by the privacy laws. You are not the legal occupant assigned to this stateroom. A VIS over...
Okay, so I gotta get those codes. Unless... Okay, if the breeze is here... Let's look at the sheet of instructions. The instructions for the hull patch kit are printed on the sheet of paper. Let's read it. Instructions. Oh my god. Spray gel foam on or near micrometeorite or beam weapon puncture. Foam will be suspended in air until suction pulls it to puncture. Foam will accrete on hull alloy as it is pulled through by escaping atmosphere. Once puncture has been temporarily sealed by the room, apply molecular glue to fiber steel patch and place patch securely over the puncture. Okay. Look at it. The gel foam container looks like a high-tech version of the old-fashioned aerosol spray can. A label on the can reads HPK gel foam aerosol NSN 8449-488-0832. Spray.
Emergency decompression alert. Pressure is dropping rapidly on deck 2.
It definitely feels like it's there. It must be in one of the rooms then. Okay. Alright. Crew manifest. This is a bound report entitled USS Lexington / Crew Manifest / Mission 161. Take it. You take the crew manifest. USS Lexington Crew Manifest Mission 161 classified Gamma top secret. Oh geez, I'm not gonna read all that. Alright. Operation Pandora. Pandora? Dun dun dun! This is how it'll all begun. It's Mavda! Oh my lord. Hey there, Tiger. DOS good. Good to see you. It's a crossover. It all makes sense. It's all linked. Classified, top secret gamma. 15th of February, 2134. To Captain Stephen Dana, Commanding Officer, USS Lexington. From Office of Personnel, OPER Oppers, Logistics Command, Logicom. Subject, Final Crew Manifest for Mission 161. Captain Dana. Attached, you will find the final crew manifest for Mission 161. Code, Pandora. Departure date, 22 February, 2134. 3 new personnel assignments were needed to replace members of the crew that were rotated from TAC Ops. 2 of the 3 billets have been filled. Your new operations officer is Lieutenant James Poole. Lieutenant Poole has most recently served in ComNav Spacecom / Intel as the special executive assistant to Admiral Parker. Lieutenant Poole has also participated in the planning of Operation Pandora. Your new optoelectronic tech is Petty Officer 2nd Class Mark Aguilar, most recently assigned as Senior Optoelectronic Tech on the heavy cruiser USS Coral Sea. The 3rd billet has not yet been filled. Your special request to Oppers / Logicom for assignment of Supply Officer has been duly noted and is being processed. The subject officer can be made available prior to the scheduled departure date. He will be assigned to your crew. Prior to the scheduled departure date of he will be assigned to your crew? That doesn't make sense. So Commanding Officer, Captain Stephen Dana. Executive Weapons Officer, Lieutenant Commander Jennifer Tran. Medical Officer, Michael Dahl. Taewan Narig. Operations Officer, James Poole. Engineering Officer, Renato Olivar. Supply Officer, to be assigned day of departure. That might be us. That's why there's no name. Communications Officer, Lieutenant J.G. Kimberly Falcon. Navigation Officer, Lieutenant Junior Grade. I thought I was like, wait, they both have the same initials? Junior Grade, Kimberly Falcon. Lieutenant Junior Grade, Paul Mandan. Oh, geez. You know what? I can't read all these names. Okay, well. Okay, we'll just move on. You thumb through the documentation until you reach 2 pages near the end covered with diagrams and the captain's handwriting. So this is deck 2. Okay, so use a phone. Take a photograph because I can't screenshot this because that's too much work. Might as well just take a photo. This is easier. Well, actually, do I even need to? Won't it just automatically assign the code? I don't know anymore. Either way, I got a photo. Alright. Oh, I have quarters of my own. Those are mine. Oh. Deck 3? There we go.
Emergency decompression alert. Pressure is dropping rapidly on deck 2.
Okay. If he has his own quarters, he should hit the arcade while he has the time. Har har har. That's a 3. It's a 3 out of 10.
This stateroom is protected by the privacy law.
We'll find out if it's
You are
automatic.
not the legal
Whoa.
occupant assigned to this stateroom.
Oh, so yeah, you do have to find the right one. Okay. So it's a good thing I took the photograph. This would be TX11.
Access granted. Emergency decompression alert. Pressure is dropping rapidly.
Okay.
On deck 2.
Okay, there's a lot of stuff here that I got to look through, but right now I'm trying to find this leak. Ooh, that was cool. Is there not a leak here? Hmm. There seems to be a breeze here. You spray some of the foam on the door. The door is covered by a thin, invisible layer of the stuff. Nothing else happens. So there's nothing context sensitive happening here. So I have to assume it has to be in one of the...
This stateroom is...
Alright, so this would be
Access
BX-29. As soon as the door opens, you are pulled off your feet and through the door by a blast of air that feels like a hurricane. You are slammed into the bulkhead on the far side of the stateroom and lose consciousness for a brief instant. When you come to, all hell seems to have broken loose. The first thing you notice is the freezing cold cyclone and the cloud of swirling debris. The next thing that registers is the unearthly keening howl generated by the passage of the air through the hull puncture on the far head of the bulkhead. Alright, spray it. Wait, let's look at the hull puncture first, because, you know, dialogue. Look at it. It looks like the hull is punctured by a micro fragment from a massive explosion near the ship. The puncture itself seems to be a small, relatively clean hole. It is surrounded by a dirty black flour created by molten hull alloy, splattered inward by the impact. Air is being sucked through the puncture at an alarming rate. Okay, that's cool. So look at this. Use the spray on the hull puncture. The container produces a fluffy cloud of foam that hangs in the air for a brief moment before being sucked towards the hull puncture. As the foam is pulled through the hull, it sticks to the surrounding metal. Soon, the shriek of escaping air becomes a whimper, and then it stops completely. That's cool. Okay, now we use the molecular... We'll look at the glue. This is a small tube of molecular bonding agent, a substance that is something like the ultimate glue. A label on the tube reads, HPK molecular adhesive, carbon fiber to Iraqi hull alloy, NSN 3759-444-009444. Alright, let's put the glue on the hull puncture. The glue goes on the patch first, then the patch goes on the puncture. Oh, thank you, game. Let's look at the patch. Oh, well, I can look at the patch now. The hull patch is made of woven carbon fiber composites. It is flat, flexible, and circular with a diameter of about 12 centimeters. So put the patch on the hull puncture. You put the patch on the puncture and push it firmly into place. The molecular glue creates an atomic bond between the patch and hull metal, making the resulting seal nearly perfect. You discard the gel foam container and the patch kit instructions. Congratulations, the puncture has been plugged. You know what's cool? Is that it didn't do like a Sierra thing where because I did it wrong, it didn't like kill me. It was like, no, you gotta do this first. It's like, oh cool, thank you, game. Alright. Well, crisis averted. We saved ourselves. We're not dead. Okay, so we patched it. Now let's take a look in this room first, since we came in here. Book. Look at the book. A book has dropped on the surface on the desk. Read the book. You glance at the title. Frontiers of Nanotechnology. You open the book and look at the publication date. 2052. Olivar, that's the room, must have this around for sentimental reasons. The frontiers of 2052 are the backwaters of 2134. Olivar is the engineering officer. Renato Olivar.
The pressure on Deck 2 has stabilized. Deck 2 has been secured from damage control condition Zebra.
Look at the book. A book sits on the floor where it dropped after you fixed the hull puncture. It is a volume entitled The Collector's Coffee Table Book of Orbital Platforms. Read it. This appears to be a collection of color holograms depicting various orbital platforms used for construction, repair, materials processing, defense, staging, and research. The space stations are all lit very dramatically and shot from interesting angles. Can we take this? You've gotten about all you can from this particular book. Oliver sure had strange tastes. You grab the book and quickly compare its usefulness against its mass. Usefulness equals 0. Mass equals 1,504 grams. The book goes back on the desk. That's awesome. Should do that for all things in life. Look at the holodisc. A chipped holodisc sits on the floor. A lurid red holographic label is printed on the front of the disc. Let's read it. A label on the holodisc reads, Swedish nudes in null G. Looks interesting. Take. You snatch up the disc and realize that it's been damaged beyond repair and toss it back on the ground. What a pity. Of all the items in this stateroom, that disc looked like it might be the most interesting. Oh, the porn. Of course. Let's look at the hull puncture. The composite fiber hull patch covers the puncture. It's another book. A book entitled Holographic Images of Fusion Plasma as Art lies on the floor. Read. The book is filled with high-quality computer-enhanced holograms of the patterns created by star-hot plasma inside various thrust chambers and containment fields. Interesting? Maybe. Art? Not really. Oh, I guess we'll take it. Renato Olivar stateroom looks like it was hit by a tornado. Then again, in a very real way, it was hit by a tornado. Swedish nudes? That's a no for me, and I'm Dane. I would know. Really? I thought it was Finns. I know nothing about it. Foam, I can't remember. Foam, are you finished? You grab the book. Okay, same text thing. It's useless. Look at the book. Mars, macro engineering challenge for the 23rd century. Okay, it's still useless, so we don't need it. We can read it, though. This appears to be a treatise on terraforming Mars. You smile sadly as you read a few words from one of the pages. The last thing on anybody's mind after 20 years of war is an ambitious megaproject like terraforming. Cabinet. This is a storage cabinet for personal effects. Whoops. Am I really going to go through each of these? The cabinet is locked. Even if you could open it, all you would find is a collection of toilet articles, shoe polish, uniform decorations, valet in a spray, and other practical necessities of military life aboard a ship. Finns are gorgeous. No, isn't there like a joke that goes between like, isn't like Swedish and Norwegians or Swedish and Finns, they make fun of each other? I can't remember. The drawers seem to be jammed shut from the thermal stress. Swedes and Finns. All right, the desk drawer. Can we open that? You try to open the desk drawer, but are unsuccessful. It must be jammed from the thermal stress created during impact. Ooh, splatter marks. Molten metal splattered inward from the impact site and landed on the deck. It partially melted the deck before cooling, leaving a blotchy, textured mess. It looks like there's something there, right? Ah, Finn here. Nice. Alright, computer terminal. Look at it. This is a general-purpose terminal that provides access to the ship's computer systems. Can we use it? You sit down and turn to face the display and keyboard on the desk.
Computer? The main computer is down. Voice access to Deck 2 local systems only.
Any change in status?
Any change in status?
The pressure on Deck 2 has stabilized. Deck 2 has been secured from damage control condition Zebra.
Nice.
I'm done.
Access terminated by user.
All right. Okay, well, we got our own quarters to go through, but let's first go through the captain's room. Actually, can I use the keyboard commands? Time passes. You can press W and wait? Oh, you can. You can use the keyboard. Can I manually control the... Do I have to use the mouse? Alright, you know what? Because you know what? It's actually easier for me to use the keyboard to move. So let's see if we can make an adjustment to our setup here. Move this keyboard over here. Do that. Nice. All right, cool.
Computer,
The main computer is down.
I'm done.
Access terminated.
You have to open the door. Can I do a shortcut on that? Free memory 31. Wait, what did I press there? Whoops. Whoa. Whoa, what? What's happening? Undone. I undid a move. Whoop. Free memory. Cool. If you press M, you get how much free memory you have. That's cool. If you press P, you get memory, processor, video, and CD-ROM metrics. That's cool. I have no idea what some of those mean, but whatever. Alright, well, I gotta use the mouse. I can't shortcut my way through everything. Alright, here we are in the captain's quarters. Let's use the computer terminal.
USS Lexington, Captain's log. I don't have much time. The bridge recorders and comm logs will have full transcripts of the events that led to the current situation. This is a subjective account intended for the captain's log only. I'm afraid any gaps must be filled in later using previous entries. A lot has gone wrong since we first arrived in orbit around Persephone. Godforsaken world at the end of a 68 light-year voyage that has tried my ship and my crew. The details of this mission are known only to myself, my XO Lieutenant Commander Tran, and the captain of the Jericho, the science ship we've escorted from Earth. The three of us have carried this secret, a burden that has gotten heavier during each week of the trip out. We knew that what we might find on Persephone could well help us turn the tide in the war with the United Nations. We knew that it might even change the course of human history. Things haven't worked out that way. And as strange as it seems, I think the crew knew towards the end that this was going to be a one-way trip. A sense of foreboding crept over the ship as Persephone came into visual range. As we got closer, I could see it in their eyes, in their drawn and exhausted faces. I could feel it in myself, an almost palpable dread that permeated every corner of the ship. It was justified. Nothing could have prepared us for the hell that was waiting on the other side of Persephone.
Okay.
USS Lexington, Captain's log.
Okay. Look at the desk. It didn't give us any information, but it did at least provide some more lore behind the captain. Some backstory. A utilitarian desk is bolted to the bulkhead. The single desk drawer is closed. Kilgore Trout, thank you for the follow. How you doing? Good to see you. All right, let's look at the books. Ahoy there yourself. I assume you're streaming today. I saw that you were streaming Aliens vs. Predator. Unfortunately, it was really late and I was falling asleep. But are you streaming anything today? The captain apparently collected ancient paper books. 4 volumes sit on the desk. The titles are Moby Dick, Brave New World, 1984, and A Sea of Stars. Well, it's good to see you, Kilgore. I always, whenever I can, I try to watch your streams. Because by the time I finish streaming, you're usually on, so it usually fits. But it's good to see you. All right. So, holoprint. A laser holoprint of Captain Dana and a young girl is propped against the bulkhead. Oh! You know, I forgot because of Kilgore doing the. I forgot the part in his stream where he shows stuff like games and movies. Is it show and tell? Is that what it's called? I forgot the name of it. But one of the games he showed, I picked up. Dark Side of the Moon. I bought a copy of it on eBay. It was cheap too. It was like $5. I was like, okay, I'll pick it up. So yeah, I picked that up. It's in the box. Can't wait to play it. I have no idea what the game's about. All I know it's an FMV adventure game. I'm gonna go in blind on that. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that unfolds. But yeah, I bought it because you said it was great, so I might as well try it out. Check it out. Box Movie Hype, that's it. Box Movie Hype, that's what it's called. So yeah, I picked that up. Did I pick up anything else? No, nothing else recently. So if you hate it, blame me. No, I mean, so far the games I've played have been on recommendations. Have been good. Is it the CD version or DVD? I believe it's the CD version, where it's like 6 or 7 CDs. It's not often you see the DVD version on sale. Actually, you know what? I can check right now. It's on my phone. It is the oh yeah, it's DVD. It's CD. It was like 6 discs. There's like 6. Yeah, it's CD. That reminds me, I was going to ask at the start of the stream, what was the worst game you streamed last year? I'll look at the list, but I think you know what the answer is, because I just want to confirm and double check. 2020. Alone in the Dark 3, and out of sheer disappointment in what I hoped, in what I expected, and what I got. So there were 2 games. Alone in the Dark 2. I can't remember if I hated 2 or 3 more. So it's either Alone in the Dark 3 or 2. It's one of them. The other game, which I thought I had high expectations of, and I was just utterly disappointed. Return to Ringworld. I loved the first Ringworld point-and-click adventure game. The second one was, with the exception of the minigame Outpost Alpha, which is an amazing minigame. It's probably the best minigame I've ever played within an actual game. It was so addictive. The actual game itself was disappointing. SWAT? No. SWAT was not the worst. SWAT, it's an FMV game. You're going to get shot every time. And yeah, that last mission was... Here's the thing. I was a victim of my own success. Each of the missions I had, I succeeded. I never got to fail and learn the whole... the LASH system of communication. So I was put into the element lead right away, and I had no idea how to use any of it. I was like, what am I supposed to do? And... But no, it wasn't the same as Alone in the Dark. Alone in the Dark was its own little thing. But yeah, as much as I was frustrated with Alone in the Dark, Return to Ringworld was such a disappointment because I loved Ringworld. Like, I loved the book. I loved the game. I went out of my way to find the original game, bought it. Then I found the sequel. I wanted it so badly. I picked it up even though it was a bit pricey. And what I got was utter disappointment. Like, It's not well designed at all. And, I mean, I don't want to spoil it for anyone. No, I'm not going to spoil it, but it was disappointing. It was bad. It was not great. It's not here. It's not here. I wish I could show it to you because it's actually a nice box. It's down in the game room, but it actually came with the strat guide. It came with the strat guide. If you look on eBay or anywhere, you don't actually see the strat guide available anywhere. It's actually one of those rare things where somehow people forgot that there was a strategy guide for the game, but the strategy guide had errors in it. Errors that were frustrating when I gave up and I was like, I don't know what I'm looking for. I might as well look at the strat guide. And I'm just stuck because the strat guide is not properly printed. Cryandia 3 wasn't great. Yes, Cryandia 3 was not the worst game I've played in 2020, but it was bad because they clearly went into Command and Conquer with full eyes open, arms wide, and as a result, Cryandia 3 suffered because they decided, oh, we're not going to make any interesting puzzles in that game. We're just going to make you rinse and repeat the same thing over 20 times. That's going to be fun. And it was not fun. It was bad. Lands of Lore 3, I think I liked it. Here's the thing, I don't remember. There's a lot of games I just don't remember. Actually, someone told me, like, hey, I disagree with your look on Cybermage. And I was like, I thought I liked Cybermage. But then I looked at my video VOD, and apparently I did not like Cybermage. I did not like Cybermage. I was frustrated with some of the aspects of the story and things. I know you like Cybermage Kilgore, but there are certain things about Cybermage I did not like, specifically plot-wise and stuff. Yes, I know you love Cybermage. That's why I was like, oh yeah. Because I remember actually sending people, like, rating you and being like, he's playing Cybermage. I remember liking that game, and then not a day later, someone posts on the Discord of how they watched my Cybermage thing where they completely disagreed with me because they were like, I loved it and you hated it. I was like, really? I thought I liked it. Oh, good times. Bad memories, good times. Anyways, let's move on. Let's go back to the holoprint. A laser holoprint of Captain Dana and a young girl is propped up against the bulkhead. Can we take it? No. You have to be holding the holoprint before you can put it on the holoprint. Oh. Can we look at this holoprint? A laser holoprint of Earth, the sun, and the moon is affixed to the bulkhead under a holoprint of the Lexington. Jank doesn't embrace me, embrace the jank. It's not about the jank. I actually... Luckily, I kind of went on a rant at the end of my Cybermage video, so I was able to watch it. I had a huge problem with the storyline. And some of the... I think some of the decisions they made about regarding... the story, like, there was like such a pivot. Like, they were bad guys, and all of a sudden, hey, they were good guys in the end. They were trying to help, and it was... There were a couple of other things, though, mechanically, that I had problems with. But I could have sworn I really enjoyed, like, being able to, like, you're a cybermage, you're doing spells, and it's the future, and it was cool. I remember that. I just don't remember what I didn't like. I have such a terrible memory now. Like, a lot of these games, like, I've actually got a list of the last... From 2015, I've kept a list of most of the games. Well, no, of all the games I've finished. And for a lot of them, I couldn't tell you if I disliked them or liked them. For a lot of them. I went into it thinking, like, yeah, I loved Cybermage. And then apparently, I did not. I did not like it. Look at the vase. A sealed magnetized vase? Vase? Whatever. Is home to the traditional starflower. The vase has all of the nutrients needed to keep the genetically engineered flowering plant healthy for the duration of a typical mission. Can we take it? You pick up the flower, look it over, and put it back. The star flower doesn't seem like it would be very useful. Besides, you know that half the crew has them in their quarters. You can find one if you need one. Alright, let's open this drawer. You open it! Ooh! That's the first one I open. Look inside. The desk drawer is empty. Okay, thanks. Game, thank you. Open the cabinet. The cabinet is locked. Even if you could open it, all you'd find is a collection of... Okay, this is repeats. Recycle Oh, we opened this one. You pull open one of the drawers and look inside. You find nothing but clean uniforms. Disappointed, you push the drawer back into the bulkhead. The drawer back into the bulkhead. Alright. Wait, that's not the same one. Oh, it's all the same. Fair enough. High volume playthroughs dulls the memories. Natural side effect. That makes the few you do remember all the more special. Very true, Necro. I'll tell you now, I'm not going to be forgetting Pandora's Tower. We're not forgetting that. The few of us that watched that entire game from beginning to end, we're not going to forget that ending. My main critique, yes. Did I enjoy the game? That's also something I try to follow, but the thing is that I couldn't even remember if I liked it. Maybe that's the thing. I mean, I know I like BioForge, even with all its flaws in terms of movement, but I mean, given it's a DOS game, it's expected to have that. I mean, I was expecting tank controls. I got tank controls. I still loved it. So I know I like BioForge, but I'm certain if I watch my video playthrough of it, I'll be like complaining about it or something. Some of your all-time favorite games frustrate? Yes, that's very true. What game in particular frustrates me? Oh, XCOM. XCOM UFO Defense. We're playing it every Sunday and I'm getting destroyed in it. And it's very cheesy, it's very unfair, but it's one of my favorite games of all time. It's a wonderful game. It's completely unfair though. So unfair. What are we at? 24 dead soldiers now? In 5 missions? No, surprisingly, it is surprisingly frustrating, that game. Surprisingly. Who knew 99% chance to hit would actually be 0? And the aliens would have like eagle eye aim. Who knew? Who knew? Who knew if you walked out the Sky Ranger, all your men would get shot immediately? Touche, Jimmy. Touche. That was a misclick. I meant to throw the smoke grenade, not to make you walk outside and then get shot. I'm sorry. Oh my gosh. How many? Mind controlled? Just you, Mike. You're the only one who held that distinction for now of being mind controlled. However, it was only day 1. I expect, if we don't game over, I expect there will be many more. Oh yes, truly pioneering. It's an amazing experience, that game. I spoke about it, about how it had an effect on what role it played in my life. On that first, it's a great game. It's just one of those games you can just play over and over again. That, Master of Orion, SimCity 1, because I can't play SimCity 2000 for the life of me. Civilization 1. Transport Tycoon. Oh, those are such good games. Such good games. All right. Back to the game that we're playing. One of 4 paintings created by Beth Aranor Kalb in 2131 to commemorate the Lexington's 15th year in service. In this painting, the Lexington is returning to Earth for repairs after the historic confrontation with the UN heavy cruisers Beijing and Kiev. Ooh. This is very nice. You know, I keep forgetting it's the door that's closing behind me. There's a keyhole. There's a display case. There's a brass plaque. Let's look at the plaque. A small brass plaque is mounted on the display case. Let's read it. The plaque on the display case reads as follows. USS Lexington, LCB H09, scale 900 to 1, presented with pride to the crew of the Lexington, February 20th, 2134, by Lieutenant James Poole. I can't wait to play Terror from the Deep. That'll also be a Sunday game because well, no, it won't. It'll be a regular playthrough. Yeah, it would have to be a regular playthrough. Yeah, it would. Let's look at the gray plaque. A gray plaque is set into the bulkhead. Read. It reads as follows. USS Lexington, ISOC, commissioned December 28, 2114. Look at the painting. One of 4 paintings created by, okay, same thing. In this painting, the Lexington's first captain, Barbara Cochran, has left the ship in an EVA maneuvering suit in order to conduct a traditional external inspection of the Lexington's hull. I think it's just a screen grab of a astronaut in front of, like, the space shuttle. Look at this one. Same thing. This painting depicts the Lexington's hanging in space near Earth's sun after completing her first combat mission to L52. Why didn't they just say L? Okay, well, whatever. Maybe you can. There's a scale replica of the Lexington in the Lexington, which also has a scale of the Lexington inside it. That would be Russian, right? Wouldn't that be against what they stand for because they're at war with Russia in a way? All right, but we found something here. There is a keyhole. Look at the keyhole. A circular slot is set into the base of the display case next to the brass plaque. It looks like a keyhole. Open. With what? All right, before I try breaking it, I'm going to save. I don't know if question marks work. Ooh. Okay, I guess it does. Break. You can't break the keyhole. Okay. At least the game doesn't sear us on that one. You break the keyhole. You soft locked yourself. Congratulations. Alright, I can use the arrow keys, right? I don't get how people can play without a numpad. Alright, let's check out the rest of this conference room. Bulkhead view screen. A large flat panel display is set into the far bulkhead. I guess it will say use the controls. Try using the controls, yeah. Look at the controls. Rectangular clusters of controls for the bulkhead screen sit on either side of the screen itself. Use.
I'm sure you're wondering what's going on. I'll explain. You are probably aware that the Lexington was attacked by a UN ship. We were outgunned and on the verge of being destroyed when Captain Dana notified the UN captain of our desire to surrender. Garrick agreed to take the crew of the Lexington and Jericho aboard before destroying both ships. As I record this message, Garrick is waiting for us to transfer over to his ship on the Lexington shuttle. You are the only one left behind. If we're lucky, the UN bastard will ignore one crewman left on board the Lexington. We intend to detonate a thermonuclear device after our shuttle has been taken aboard the UN vessel. This will completely destroy their ship. It will also kill everyone on board both shuttles. This should leave you free to complete our mission. There is nothing more important than this mission, including the lives of the crew. We died so that you can finish what we started. Our ship was badly hurt during the UN attack. The first thing you must do is deal with the worst of the battle damage. There are problems which directly threaten the near-term survival of the ship. Now, first of all, the primary power reactor is headed for a meltdown because the coolant system has failed. The molten core will eat through the containment vessel of the reactor and set off the fuel for the fusion engines. The resulting explosion will completely destroy the Lexington and the nearby Jericho. You need to get to engineering and stop the runaway chain reaction. The meltdown is the top priority. When you deal with that problem, then you must get the central computer back in operation. Without that, you cannot complete the mission. Currently, all computer processing has been delegated to the smaller, decentralized computers that exist on each deck of the ship. They do not communicate with each other except on a very primitive level, enough to keep what you might think of as subconscious ship functions going. There is no overall guiding intelligence in these autonomous systems. The ship's central computer is made up of Turing cores and is home to the complex software that gives the ship's computer its smarts. The higher functions of the ship's brain reside in the central computer cores. These cores are currently inoperative. The primary cores were destroyed, and the secondary cores failed to activate the way they were supposed to. You must get the central computer back online. I've recorded one more message. You'll hear from me again when you get the central computer back in operation. I have key-coded the message so that the higher functions of the main computer will pick it up and display it for you as soon as the central cores are once again operational. Good luck, and be careful. Tran out.
As soon as the message ends, the ACN spits out a plastic card. Tran must have programmed the unit to regurgitate the card as soon as the briefing ended. Where have I seen her before? If I recall, one of the boxes says that she was in RoboCop 2 and something else. But as you know, Michael Dorn, Worf, he was part of that. All right, so we got a card. So we've dealt with some of the battle damage. I assume the problem with that room with the bulkhead, we've solved that. Next thing, we got the reactor melting down. So we have to head to engineering. So we're going to do that now. That's our main priority. She's done a bunch of TV stuff. Yeah. All right, let's take a look at the plastic card. It's a small plastic card with a yellow stripe on it. For engineering, well, next generation, yeah. Yellow was engineering. well. It was security and engineering. All right. So we got a key card. We got some more information. So after we get the reactor solved, we then have to figure out the central computer and how to get that back online. All right. So these, I assume, are elevators. Or this is an elevator. So let's continue and go to our room. I think this is our room. Yep. This is your stateroom, a cramped space that grew painfully familiar during the 4-month voyage from Titan. You often wondered how the crew in the smaller quarters on decks 3 and 4 could stand the 6-month, 8-month, and even 12-month extended missions. Based on what we've done so far, this game could have been called Break, Fix, and Space. I'm certain this game has more to it than that. Let's sit in our chair. You sit down on the chair and stare into space. After the endless void has made you feel small, insignificant, and morose, you get back up. Personal files. A file pack of your personal effects sits on the floor of your stateroom. Take it. You know nothing in the file pack that would be terribly useful at the moment. The contents consist mainly of holodisks to pass the time, souvenirs from your first tour in the Navy, and assorted non-perishable food items lacking from the limited menu of the mess hall ACD. Can we use this terminal? You sit down to turn to face the display and keyboard on the desk.
Computer?
The main computer is down.
Yeah, same thing.
I'm done.
Books. Look at the books. These are the books that you brought aboard the Lexington. Oops. Read. You already know these books well. Besides, this is not exactly the best time to be rereading your old classics. Take. You grab one of your favorite books, but then grab another, deciding that you like that one just a little better. But then realize, then another catches your eye. Finally, in defeat, you realize that you just cannot decide which to take, so you have to leave them all here. Notepad. On your desk, you see a notepad that you use for jotting thoughts and to-do lists. Read it. After reading the first item, you realize that these things you had once considered important are now utterly trivial. Old paperweight. This is an old planetary-style paperweight. It relies on gravitational pull to hold down papers. Take. You heft the paperweight in one hand. As you do this, violent thoughts race through your mind. They disturb you so much that you toss it back onto the desk. Okay. Hey, there's something there. Look in the desk drawer. You know what is in your desk drawer, and none of it is very interesting. There's something right there. I see something there. Can I not take it? Are you kidding me? That's disappointing. Why show me something in there and you won't let me take it? Game, come on. She was one of the tech people servicing RoboCop? Oh. Okay, that's a repeat. That's a repeat. That's all a repeat, okay. I can't believe it. There was actually something there and it won't let me take it. Okay, well. Photograph. Look at the photograph. This is an old keepsake you found at a junk shop during a shore leave 3 years ago, back when you were still with the fleet tender USS Hesperus. The frame image is a pre-holographic emulsion-type photograph of one of Jupiter's moons. Can you toss a link? Sure, if it's nothing illegal. Seraph Trev, thank you for the follow. It's her, okay. Well, I mean, you saw her. She's right there. Right there. Alright. She's also very, very dead in this game. Maybe we should check out the other rooms?
This stateroom is protected.
Oh, we don't get access to that room? Sorry, I'm looking for the... No, we don't get access to that room. That is Pool's room. We can get access to this room, though.
This stateroom is access granted.
There we go. What do we have? Safe. A safe? Lieutenant Michael Dahl. Who was he? Why does his name sound so familiar? Michael Dahl was the medical officer. I'm going to make a note of that. We might need it. We might need whatever's in there. She was uncredited in the RoboCop movie. Open. Look in. Nothing of interest. Look at the books. A disorganized pile of books sits on the medical officer's desk. They are mostly old philosophy books with titles like Wave Particle Duality and the Nature of Self, The Tao of Computer Assisted Healing, and Beyond Spaceship Earth, Searching for Meaning in the Universe. Read. You paw impatiently through a couple of the volumes. There is nothing interesting to be found. Take. You grab one of the books and quickly compare its usefulness. Okay, well, it's the same thing. Okay. Use the terminal?
Computer?
The main computer is
I'm done.
access to
The safe. A heavy safe made of Areca alloy is secured to the bulkhead. You wonder briefly about the locking mechanism, but a binocular eyepiece to one side of the safe door is a dead giveaway. The safe is equipped with a retinal scanner. Oh no. You look at the eyepiece. You see two little green crosshair patterns that immediately begin moving from side to side. The retinal scanner hums and chatters to itself, but your retinal pattern is not key-coded in the scanner's memory. Nothing else happens. Break the safe? It's not even highlighted. Pull the safe. You pull on the door as hard as you can. Nothing happens. Break. It would be relatively easy to render the retinal scanner inoperative. Unfortunately, this action would leave you without any chance of opening the safe at all. Alright. So I've made a note that the safe is here in Doll's room. Doll's quarters. So who else is there? I think we've gone through the other two rooms, haven't we? Tran is right here.
this stateroom is protected.
Oh. We do not have access to Tran's room. The other two Narang... Okay. So this was the room with the bulkhead breach. So here's the other room. So we have to find his dead body? No. Because he was on the ship. He was probably on the shuttle when it got nuked. So, yeah, he's not coming. We can't find him. Embossed yellow card. A yellow card embossed with fancy gold lettering is affixed to the desk next to the personal computer unit. Read it. A scientist on a Navy warship is like a whore in a gay bar. Dr. Anton Fujikawa. Well, that was unexpected. We'll take the card. When you try to peel the card off the desk, it starts coming apart. You decide to leave the card alone. Huh. Molecular model. Molecule model, or molecular model. A molecular model of the metallic crystalline Akira alloy sits on Taewon Narang's desk. Narang studied quantum chemistry as a hobby, and he was fascinated with the seemingly impossible composition of the famous Hull alloy. Book. Theory of Artificial Quantum Singularities, Volume 3. Easy reading. The book is entitled Theory of Artificial Quantum Singularities, Volume 3. The role of virtual particle creation in energy production. You turn to the first page and find that the math is already over your head. You replace the book. Take it. You grab the book and okay, well, no, we can't take it. All scientific tomes aren't going to do much good in your current situation, alright. This appears to be a collection of various ancient scientific books, including such titles as Darwin's The Voyage of the Beagle, Watson's Double Helix, and Eckhart's classic Unified Field Theory. Same message as before, look at the holoprint. A holoprint of the planet Delta Pavonis 5 is affixed to the bulkhead. The planet is currently uninhabited, except for a small research station, but it has potential as a colony site. This is a standard... Oh, no, that's not right. Look at that. A holoprint depicting the colony world of Erebus is affixed to the bulkhead. Erebus is one of two major human colonies, a frozen ball of ice orbiting the star 70 Ophiuchi. Ophiuchi? Oh, we cannot... Can we open these? Okay, same thing as before. Same thing as before. Okay. Because of night. Okay. We'll go to this room first. What is this? Okay, we're gonna go to this room first. This is the secure storage area where critical optotronic and mechanical spares are kept in reserve. Holy garbage cakes. This is probably for something else down the road. Okay. Hopefully. Luckily, the game at least tells you what they are. Okay, good. You couldn't even see. Whoa. Look at that. Can you open it? The box is made of sealed plast fiber. You aren't able to open it. Alright. But that would have been interesting. An item that we might have missed because we thought it was just a door. Oh. Interesting. Alright. I assume there's something we got to do in there. This is the Lexington State-of-the-Art Communication Center, the 22nd century's equivalent of the Radio Shack on an old surface vessel. This room has just about everything needed for intership and ship-to-ground communications, including tachyon beam uplinks, lasers, and microwave transceivers. Let's look at the status panels. These status panels show an updated log of message traffic sent and received from both comm center stations. The sources and destinations of all intership and interstellar communications are listed. Read. The most recent listings include routine intership communications between the Lexington and Jericho, downloads of bulletins and low-priority traffic from the TRB-010 tachyon relay beacon, and a series of long exchanges with the Alliance base on Erebus routed through a TRB beacon orbiting the star 70 Ophiuchi. Alright, can we sit in the chair? You try bringing up the TCS control interface and it prompts you for a password. When you don't display one, it times out and displays a looping message that is currently being sent out on tachyon carrier waves.
All Alliance ships, this is the USS Lexington. Hull ID, Lima, Charlie, Bravo, Hotel, 09er. Mayday, Mayday. We are under attack by a UN Geneva-class heavy cruiser. Our defensive screen has been penetrated. Our mission has been compromised. The ship has sustained serious damage. The electronics in the external communications array were shorted out by an enemy strike while we were moving the dish to acquire new transmission coordinates. Our dish is now locked in a useless position. If you receive this message, please retransmit to the Alliance base on Erebus as soon as possible. Stand by for a coded telemetry burst with mission data under paradox encryption.
Okay.
All Alliance ships, this is the US...
Okay, same thing. Can we look at this? Other comm systems controls. These are the touchscreens, consoles, and other controls used for operating laser, maser, and microwave communication systems. Maser? I've never heard of that. The TCS controls. The large screen and the console underneath provide access to the faster-than-light tachyon communication system, or TCS. The TCS is the most advanced long-range communication system in history. Okay.
All Alliance...
We cannot do anything here. Okay. I think it's time to go. Maser, acronym for microwave amplification by stimulated emission of radiation, is a device that produces coherent electromagnetic waves through amplification by stimulated emission. Look at the elevator. The red elevator call buttons are set into a box near the elevator doors. The elevator doors are closed. Can we open the door without pressing the button? Try using the elevator. Push. This is the elevator that provides access to the habitat module decks and the weapons bays, reactor spaces, and engineering areas in the aft section of the ship. So we should go to engineering, right? Use the controls of the elevator. Use it.
A yellow keycard is required to gain access to other decks.
Okay, looks like we got one. Look at the plastic card. Put the plastic card on the elevator control, or the slot. Put the plastic card in the slot.
Access granted.
The card vanishes in the slot. A voice says access granted. Alright, engineering. That deck is currently inaccessible due to a potential radiation hazard between the entrance to reactor spaces and the engineering level. Bridge?
Deck 1.
Look at the bulkhead. It's the bulkhead.
Computer?
The main computer is...
Is there anything I should know about?
Is there anything I should know about?
Or am I
Contact
repeating
with
it?
the main computer system was lost at 22:31:22. Local systems took over monitoring and control of autonomic functions at 22:31:23.
Has anything changed?
No change in status.
I've heard all this before.
That is not a command or query.
Fair enough.
I'm done.
Access terminated by user.
You've already fixed the hull puncture. You have no need for another hull patch kit. The bridge sits at the top of the Lexington's habitat module and has a domed overhead with viewports that look out on the stars. The view outside is breathtaking. The bridge itself is striking in appearance, a circular room with the CO's chair in the center, surrounded by an array of consoles and screens. This is very cool. Hang on, where is this coming? Oh, no. Where the heck? For some reason... Oh, there it is. Finally. Now I can close you. There you go. Now I close Steam. Alright, alright, let's save. There we go. I'm gonna take a quick break for a few minutes. I guess it'll be a good time for anyone who needs to get a drink of water, use the bathroom, what have you. Yeah, I'll be back in a few. It shouldn't take too long. But there's not much music here, so I'll play the regular background Be Right Back song, and yeah, it shouldn't take too long. All right. So I mentioned at the beginning of the stream. Oh, welcome back, everyone. I mentioned back at the beginning of the stream that my first real exposure to Mission Critical was PC Gamer. So I went back and I took a look, and I found, there it is, PC Gamer, February 1996. On that year's CD, Command and Conquer, plus IndyCar Racing 2, NHL Hockey 96, and The Hive. But here's what was on there. We get, I don't think it's going to be showing too well, but you get Command and Conquer, The Hive, Dark Sea 2, Worms, which was amazing. You think you had that CD, Matt? Nice. Into the Void, Fighter Duel, Comic Zone, Wipeout, which became a Sony PlayStation exclusive after Psygnosis got bought out by Sony, Fantasy General, trying to get it so that, oh damn, this focus. Can you not, hold on. Can you not focus on my hand here? And there we go, Fantasy General. Maurice Ashley teaches chess. Night Moves. The creator of Tetris does it again with Spectrum Holobyte's latest puzzler. Ooh, I didn't even know that was a thing. Tempest 2000. Expect No Mercy. No idea what that is. Extreme Pinball. I've heard of that one. The pinball machine is still the king of the arcade. And Epic Mega Games does PC pinball with class. Thexter, not the original DOS one, but this is the Windows 95 version. And Mission Critical. You co-star with Star Trek's Michael Dorn in the spectacular science fiction graphic adventure from Legend. Also, NHL 96. The best installment? No. The best installment of hockey will always be NHL 95. NHL 95. That would be the best installment. And finally, IndyCar Racing 2 from Papyrus. And that was also the year they transitioned from red to blue discs. That was a good year. I think a lot of these, if not all of them, are now on archive.org. Well, they're on archive.org. So I might want to download all these demos and play through them online. I have vague memories of Wipeout on PC. Yeah. I've seen it. I've seen it on YouTube, but I don't think it was that great. Like, in terms of like what it potentially became, like the way it is now. I don't think the first iteration was particularly well received, or it wasn't that great on PC. And then when they, I guess, moved to PlayStation, they refined it. But there's just some good games. I heard Darkseid's terrible, but it's a graphic adventure, right? It's on archive, I think. I think all the demos are on there already. I wouldn't mind playing through them though. I think I might start playing through the demos. I don't think I should. I think I'll do this later. What year/month is the disc? It is February 1996. Disc 2.1. Are all these demo? I don't. I mean, I don't know if they're legally supposed to be there. I mean, they're demos, but yeah, they're on the internet. They should be. All right, back to the game. Let's get ourselves situated here. Turn on the desktop audio. And we find ourselves on the bridge of the Lexington. Okay. What do we do? Can I walk forward? You can't go that way. I can turn back. And that's it. Alright, so we got a chair. Oh, we can. Oh, so I do need the mouse on this one. Holy crap cakes. There's a lot. It's there, yeah. Look at the nav map. A standard sector navigation map is displayed on this screen. A pinpoint indicates the Lexington's current position in orbit around the sixth planet of a star called Deneb Kaitos, or Katos, also called Beta Ceti. Hey there, Fuzzy. Crab cakes? Sounds delish. How you doing? Tactical console. This is the tactical station. A screen sits atop a console covered with various controls and what looks like a recently installed interface port of some kind. Use the console?
Hype Telecom System Initialization Checklist Revision 3.1.
Okay.
This automated checklist has been prepared in order to simplify the activation and use of the experimental TX-15 Teradyne Hype Telepresence Control System components. These include the TX-15 RC-09 Client Battle Direction Software for the Basilisk Strike Craft, the TX-15 Block 2 Cyber System Software Upgrade for the main computer, the Telecom Man-Machine Interface, and the Hype Mutagenic Serum. Please stand by while the TX-15 Block 2 software upgrade runs a self-diagnostic to ensure proper operation. Thank you. Hype Telecom Checklist Step 1. Manually reprogram all RC-09 battle drones to be used with the Hype Telecom system. Use the arming console in each of the weapons bays to activate drones in storage, program their onboard computers for telecom operation, load them on the launcher, and hand them off to the main computer. The Hype Telecom program is coded as 180 in the Armor Servo Mech data store.
Am I supposed to write that down? I don't know. I guess I should. Yeah, I don't understand any of what I just saw.
Step 1 has not been completed. No drones are available for telecom operation. Hype Telecom system initialization terminated.
Okay. So it looks like I might have to get the drones operational. Okay, so we're gonna have to get the drones operational. External visual monitoring system, look at. One of the monitors is showing a view of the outside of Lexington. The picture is being fed from one of the external microcams mounted on the ship's radiator fins. In spite of some evident battle damage, carbonized smears and rents in the outer hull, the ship still looks like it is in pretty good shape. Views? You go to select a different microcam view of the outside of the ship, but you have no idea how the controls work. Fair enough. Idiot switches. Referred to as the idiot switches, the rocker switches on this panel will turn all ship functions over to the computer systems unless manual overrides are engaged. Use the idiot switches. Well, It looks like the idiot switches were flipped before the Lexington was abandoned. You don't really want manual control of all the ship systems back, do you? Well, trust me, you don't. You are 8 arms and 4 brains short of the minimum complement needed to run the ship in even a semi-autonomous mode. Let the machines do their jobs. Well, kind of snarky there, aren't we? Look at the bow dorsal ERCS controls. These are manual controls for a set of emergency reaction control system thrusters mounted in various places on the ship. These thrusters are anti-collision devices to be used only if the computer systems and all local backups have failed completely. We'll use it. You aren't a pilot. You might send the Lexington careening right smack into the Jericho. No, sir, that wouldn't be pretty. This thing is full of sass. The TS abort. That's Sierra levels of snark? It is. This is what the bridge crew technically refers to as a panic button. Pressing it will manually abort a computer sequence Talcedo faster than light jump right up until the jump drive cores engage. Use. You arm the system and then slam your hand on the prominent abort key as hard as you can. You feel very satisfied until you remember that the nearest jump point is several hundred million kilometers away. Then you just feel foolish. This is a general purpose terminal that gives access to the ship's computer systems.
Computer?
The main computer is down. Voice access to Deck 1 local systems only.
I'm done.
Access terminated by user.
Okay. Command share. Look at the command share. The command chair sits on a metal platform in the middle of the bridge. Sit on the chair. You sit down in the chair. You had always dreamed of getting your own command, but this is not the way it was supposed to happen. After a brief moment, you get back up. Well, technically, you are in command of the ship. Navi map. Data line interlocks. Oh boy, this feels like... It definitely feels like I'm going to have to do something with the drones and Navi map maybe. Alright, this is all stuff that I think I don't have to deal with right now. So let's not... Well, let's not deal with it. First priority, let's try and figure out how to get to the engineering section. We've been locked out of there. Well, actually. This way, 1 second. System controls down. You have no idea what this does. Fair enough. Don't mess with it if you don't even know what it is. Look at the data line interlocks. This is identified by a strip of glowing characters as a data line interlock master. Use. Don't touch. You have no idea what this does. Okay. So the data line interlocks might be something we might have to play around with. Backup tactical console. This is the backup system. Try the primary tactical interface on the other side of the bridge. Okay. Navi map. Okay, seen that already. LS Bravo controls. Ooh. These are identified as the controls for overriding the main computer settings for such things as the pressure, temperature, and oxygen/nitrogen balance for the habitat module's atmosphere. Use it? Don't fix it if it ain't broke. LS Bravo, LS Alpha. The glowing letters above and below indicate that these are the controls for overriding the computer settings for life support system parameters such as venting thresholds, particle filtration levels, and ambient humidity. It's going to say no, but let's just play around with it anyways and see what happens. Don't fix it if it ain't broke. Okay. Okay, so we can't go to that screen. We'll just end up here. Oops. Okay, let's keep going. Let's go to level 4. Or level 3, I'm sorry. Deck 3.
Deck 3.
Okay. This is the other set of rooms that we have access to. Is this the same thing? It's a door to the mess hall. The mess hall is where meals are taken by the crew before and after going on watch. A self-serve food dispenser takes the place of the mess cooks of old. With a state-of-the-art VR system and the only communal space on the ship, the mess also serves as the social hub for the crew. You can't go that way. ACD. Look at ACD. Whoops, I meant to look at it, not use it. You press a random button and the machine spits out a meal that you can only describe as something on a shingle. You wolf the thing down in one bite and quickly regret it. The last thing your stomach needs right now is one of the culinary horrors that you've come to expect from the ACD. Can you sit on the seat? You'll have a long wait for any service. VR system. Look at the VR system. The mess hall is equipped with a Sony, really? Matsushita VR system for entertainment, training, and briefings. The strange sphere and the metal arm are all part of the VR processing system. The holograms and surround sound audio generated here and projected via the panels along the ceiling. Can we use it? Whoa. Oh, I can select this. Lexington orientation. Why we fight. Could this have been lore? Let's go with the orientation first.
Welcome to the USS Lexington Orientation.
Oh my god.
The United States Congress authorized the development of a new class of warships in 2109 as new Cold War tensions between alliance states and the United Nations escalated. These ships were designated as light cruisers Bunker Hill class and were designed to be fast, lightly armored, and heavily armed. The USS Lexington is one of 9 Bunker Hill light cruisers built between 2111 and 2127. During the first half of 2133, the Lexington was the first Bunker Hill class ship to undergo an extensive modernization at the McHenry yards around Starhome. She was equipped with brand new weapon systems, an improved interplanetary drive, a new computer system, and an upgraded communication system. The Lexington is equipped with 3 propulsion systems. The first propulsion system is the Orbital Maneuvering System, or OMS. The OMS consists of several chemical reaction thrusters for use when in orbit or when maneuvering in close proximity to other ships. The second propulsion system is the interplanetary drive, used for travel inside a star system. 4 deuterium-tritium fusion pulse drive engines are fed by a linear accelerator that runs down the spine of the ship from fuel tanks mounted near the bow. A continuous stream of microscopic frozen deuterium-tritium fuel pellets is accelerated into the 4 thrust chambers with magnetic containment at the stern of the ship. High-energy lasers bombard the fuel pellets and create a fusion reaction by implosion. Thrust is channeled backwards. A fraction of the resulting energy is fed back into large capacitors which are used to fire the lasers for the next explosion. The interplanetary drive can produce and maintain a constant acceleration of up to 6 gravities for extended periods. Large radiator fins on the outside of the ship help to regulate temperature. The third propulsion system is the Talsetto faster-than-light jump drive, located on the boom forward of the bow. The jump drive allows instantaneous travel along threads of space-time deformation that exist between the Talsetto jump points found in many star systems. A conventional liquid-cooled nuclear reactor mounted forward of the engineering compartments of the ship is used to charge the capacitors for the ignition of the fusion engines and provide power for the linear accelerator, life support, and all of the ship's electrical systems. The Lexington's principal weapons system
is a complement of 18 Lockheed Martin RC-09 Basilisk multi-mission autonomous strike craft, also known as battle drones. Up to 9 of the 18 drones can be active at one time. The drones are deployed using rotary launchers mounted in 3 weapons bays. These bays are arrayed in an equilateral triangle around the core of the ship. Each drone is capable of carrying several types of ordnance mounted on standard hardpoints on the dorsal and ventral surfaces. Drone weapons include anti-ship missiles, torpedoes, particle beam guns, railgun cannons, and lasers. A Basilisk drone with a full combat ordnance load is capable of accelerating at 100 gravities. The Lexington is also armed with a Close-In Combat System, or CICS, that serves as a weapon system of last resort if any enemy drones or long-range weapons penetrate a defensive screen of Basilisk drones. The CICS consists of 8 missile launchers, 2 railgun turrets, and several chaff ejectors mounted at various points on the Lexington's outer hull. The Lexington's standard crew complement is 20. Her maximum complement is 25. The crew is housed in the habitat module of the Lexington, a large rectangular structure mounted well forward of the reactor and fusion engines. The habitat module includes the bridge, crew quarters, communication center, medical and science labs, mess hall, computer center, and storage areas. With a combination of speed, range, and firepower, the USS Lexington is able to project Alliance military strength out to the farthest star systems. She has proven herself in combat and has a distinguished service record built over a period of years. Yet she also has some of the newest and best technology available. Veteran officers and enlisted personnel vie for the privilege of serving on the Lexington and contributing to the continuing story of one of the most capable ships in the Alliance fleet.
And that's it. Wow. That was in depth. That was in depth. Wow. Wowie wow. Hey there, Cosmic. This is Mission Critical. It's an adventure game. it's a puzzle adventure game. We're on a ship. Would you like to know more? Are you doing an investigation on the ship? No, Fuzzy. We are the last surviving crew member of the ship. Things have happened. A lot of things have happened in the intro cutscene. But suffice to say, we're the last remaining crew member on board the Lexington. So we're trying to... Right now, we did our first thing, which was to fix the breach on one of the decks. And now we got to stop the meltdown of the reactor. Also, it's good to see you, Mac. Hope you're doing well. DOS good, as always. This is a DOS game. Alright. Now, this might be the one that is the lore-based one. Why we fight. I probably didn't have to go through all 20 pages of that strat guide then, if that's the case. We'll see. Why we fight.
We are all familiar with the short version of the events that led to this terrible war. During the second half of the 21st century, the leaders of the world government got a glimpse of the shape of things to come. They were afraid of what they saw. Their reaction was to deny the inevitable, slamming the brakes on all technological progress. In 2082, a group of states led by the United States, Canada, Australia, and Japan decided that the cure was worse than the disease. The UN power structure reacted violently to the repeal attempt.
That's good pixel
States
art.
participating in the repeal campaign were targeted for brutal suppression by UN enforcement.
That's pixel art. That's beautiful.
Signatories to the Singapore Treaty formed the Alliance of Free States and announced their secession from the United Nations. They were joined by every major planetary colony settlement and orbital habitat. In 2085, large-scale armed conflict returned to Earth for the first time in over 100 years. The UN immediately invaded the territory of the seceding nations on Earth.
UN hover tanks, troops, and ground support aircraft clashed with new Alliance military units made up of men and women from Alliance states who defected from UN control. The war ground to a halt after less than 2 months, as both sides ran out of soldiers, weapons, and materiel. The Alliance states managed to hang on to their home territories. An uneasy truce was negotiated between the UN and the Alliance, and the world entered an uneasy period known as the New Cold War. In 2111, the UN attacked again, and war returned on an interplanetary scale.
That is Toronto.
Population centers on Earth and the colonies were
used-
bombarded from space by particle beam weapons. Armies fought tank battles supported by buzzing swarms of aircraft. Starships battled each other over asteroid mines, orbital habitats, and planetary installations. The furious pace of the war once again chewed up the stocks of men and materiel in a matter of months.
Oh, it's animated. That's beautiful. Also, that is the Sky Dome and the CN Tower.
This time, there was no truce. In spite of economic exhaustion, the two sides continued to fight a war of attrition, a war that has since lasted more than 20 years and shows no signs of ending. The war has continued despite the price paid by both sides because all of the combatants are convinced that they are on the right side. The UN firmly believes that unchecked technological development will kill off the human race. The Alliance states are just as firm in their convictions that death is better than life without freedom and without forward progress.
Okay, so I guess it did like fill in some of what I said at the beginning of the stream with regards to the Strat Guide lore, but I think I covered a lot of it already. So that was nice, though. That was really nice. It was really nice pixel art. Hey there, Fred. Good to see you. Yep, that was some huge amounts of lore we were going through. All right, that was cool. We saw the Lexington orientation and why we're fighting. Well, it's just propaganda, but there we go. We're done with the VR. I'm also surprised that they're using like real world companies. Sony, Lockheed Martin. I don't think they got the rights to those. I don't think they got permission to use those real names. I mean, I don't think you can name drop real companies like that anymore. Oh, so there is the VR system. That's cool. All right, let's open it. Let's go. Let's see what's on the third deck. Just deck 3. This is quite lore heavy. I'm quite impressed. However, that still doesn't mean it's a good game. That still remains to be seen. Where is my phone? Oh, sorry. I took the photographs of the different doors. Let's take a look. This is floor 3. So, yep, deck 3, man. Okay. So, we should have access to this room. We won't get access to this room, but we'll get access to this one. This is Mira. And if we read the crew manifest, Mira is the cyber systems operator. Hideki Mayura? What's the story so far? Oh my god. That's an interesting question. No, it's a lot of things have happened. We saw a space battle in which we lost our captain, then surrendered to the enemy, and then proceeded to, as they were taking prisoners, he secretly put a nuke on the shuttles and nuked everyone except you, whom he rendered unconscious on on your ship before he left. So you're now stuck on an empty ship, and you're trying to fix what's going on and try and figure out what to do next. There's a lot of lore. There's a lot of lore. I just read 20 pages of lore at the beginning of the stream. 20 pages of history that the game provided. It's a lot. I always like seeing what the 80s, 90s games envisioned for VR. Yeah, it was interesting. In the fact that Sony actually does have VR is kind of funny in its own right now. All right, we can open this door.
This stateroom is protected by the privacy laws.
We can skip this. This would be F111.
Access granted.
All right, so we'll get access to this room. This is the cyber systems operator. This was Hideki Miura. Myra? I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm sorry. Miura's quarters. Hideki was the ship's cyber systems operator and was an old school hacker who admired the culture from the quaint cyberpunk era of the early 2020s. A folded printout sits on the desk next to the computer. A gold necklace is draped on one corner of the computer monitor. Ever see that 90s TV show VR5? VR5? No. I don't think I have. No, that name doesn't ring a bell. I've heard of VR Troopers. Never really watched it. That leaves who we are and what is our current greatest obstacle. Well, we are I don't know who we are. I can only deduce from the process of elimination we're a supply officer on board the ship. And what we're doing right now is we have to stop the ship from having a reactor meltdown. That's our immediate goal. Sounds like a live action. Oh, in terms of VR, it was also Reboot. That was an amazing show. Amazing show. All right, necklace. Let's look at the necklace. You see a necklace dangling from the corner of the flat screen display. Take the necklace. Hey, you take the necklace from the flat screen display. Look at it. This appears to be a necklace with a gold pendant. Put it on? You pull the necklace over your head. Why? Okay, I guess I'm putting other people's jewelry on. Source code. I don't know if anyone else heard that. This appears to be a program listing on the computer's fax print. Is the computer's identity a mystery just to us, or do they not know either? Well, it's a mystery to us because they didn't really say who we are, but we have a crew manifest, and it just tells us that there's one person on the crew whose name has not been filled out. I have to assume that's us. I think a couple of boxes fell. I was doing some cleaning in the closet, and I guess the cleaning wasn't done properly. I'll have to take a look at it at the end of the stream. The ghosts of game developers are stirring. All right, we'll read the source code. You would have to be holding the... Okay, fine. Fine, game. Fine, take it. You take the program list. Oh, man. Look at that. It's even got little... It's got even little perforated holes. Ah, the old printer paper. You recognize a few words and characters from the archaic character-based programming language, C squared. The program is supposed to use the local sub-Turing processor in the terminal to calculate an irrational number to what seems like an impossible number of digits. Maybe we needed to break a computer system. Magnetic paperweight. That's another one. Can we take this one as well? The paperweight only rises a few centimeters from the surface of the desk, just enough to slip a paper underneath it. Talk about magnetized. Guess we can't take it. Skeletons are trying to get out of the closet? Pretty much. So they don't have amnesia. We just don't know their name for what is likely immersion reasons. It could be immersion. It could be lack of forethought. I mean, I can only assume that I can only assume we're the supply officer. To be assigned day of departure. Even says, like, your quarters. Why would the captain write your quarters? Because it's the captain's handwriting, right? So why would the captain write your quarters for you, for us? Wouldn't that technically mean he's writing it for... I mean, I guess he knew ahead of time he had to write it all down. He told us to go get it. I guess I mean, for a guy who's like trying to last minute get onto a ship under evacuation and all the things he's got to deal with, namely exploding a nuclear bomb on an enemy ship, he draws very well and he has very good handwriting. Not rushed. I'm very impressed. I'm very impressed. That should say your name here. It's just fully immersed. You have traveled to the future and you're this person. All right, let's open the desk drawer. You open the desk drawer, look inside. You find nothing. All right, well. Look at Hideki's quarters. No. Can I not close this? You find nothing of interest. Close. There's nothing there. Open the cabinet. The cabinet is locked. Okay, same thing as before. You find nothing but clean uniforms. Same message as before. Okay. So the necklace and the paper were, I guess, important items. I guess the computer terminal is going to give us the same message as well.
Welcome to Hideki's House of Hakulfang.
You touch the keyboard and a prompt appears on the screen. No program in workspace. Specify file to load or enter program source code. It appears that you have kicked off Hideki's C-squared programming environment. Program the computer terminal with... maybe I shouldn't do this yet. I don't exactly know what it does, but let's not play around with that yet. A holoprint of one of the Lexington's sister ships is affixed to the bulkhead. This looks like the Concorde, identifiable because of the slightly different shape of the habitat module. Okay. Let's go. So, I guess I can use the manifest. Deck 3. So we'll be locked out of Mandan's room, but we can go to Falcon.
This stateroom is
L6EC.
access granted.
Most of the ship's staff officers were housed on Deck 2, known inside the ship as Officer Country, but the more junior officers wound up bunked on Deck 3 with the NCOs and enlisted personnel. For some reason, the proximity of a person's quarters to the bridge corresponds with rank. When did I last save? It's been a while, but I don't think this game, so far, it seems pretty chill. But I'll save it eventually. Open. Same thing. You pull open one of the drawers and find it strangely empty. Where are the clean uniforms? That's actually a good question. Ooh. Look inside. There's something there. You find a small note taped inside of the desk drawer. You peel the note off the bottom of the drawer and take it with you. Falcon's note. Read the note. I mean, if I could so look at it. This is a small note you found inside Lieutenant Falcon's desk drawer. Read. Oh, it's so small. If you need to get into my stateroom to get any of your things and I'm not around, feel free to use my Viz override. I can't even read that. What does that say? I assume it's been saved. L? Is that L or I? Don't let anyone see you going in. The rules on fraternization may be loosely enforced, but getting caught won't help your promotion prospects. See you soon. Either that's an I or an L, so this must be an override for another person's room. Alright. Oh. The vis override code identified in the note from J to Lieutenant Falcon was 1H31. With an access code like that, J, whoever he is, must have been quartered on Deck 2 or Deck 3. Okay, so we'll look at the crew manifest and see who J is. Not on 2. Oh, it must be first name. Jennifer Tran. It's Tran. Ooh, she and Falcon were having a little thing, eh? Interesting. Jennifer Tran. Was it 1H31? Cool, thanks. Dr. Tran? No, Lieutenant Commander. She's the XO. Well, she was the XO. These people are all dead. Or it could be James Randall. But I don't think Randall has a quarters here. Either way, that's cool. You sit down and turn to face the display and keyboard on the desk.
The main computer is down.
Same thing. Oh.
Is there anything I should know about?
Contact with the main computer system.
Okay, that's...
I'm done.
Same thing as before. Okay. Alright, we're done. Let's open the door. Let's step out. Or, okay. Falcon, Mora, now Quan. Quan is all the way at the end here.
This state. Right. Access granted.
This is the last room we have access to on this door. On this floor, I mean. Okay, this is Mary Kwan's quarters, one of the cramped rooms set aside for non-commissioned officers and enlisted personnel. You see what looks like a bound volume of some kind on Mary Kwan's desk. Starflower. Look at the Starflower. Starflowers were engineered in a lab on Earth in the late 2070s and issued to Starship crews by a reluctant U.S. Navy for psychological reasons. Or psychological. Starflowers grow incredibly slowly and need little in the way of light, water, and nutrients. This makes them perfect for long missions. Take the Starflower. You pick the Starflower and vow that you will take care of it for the rest of your natural life, assuming the responsibility from its previous owner. Nah, too much trouble. What were you thinking? Smell it. The Starflower has a faint, tangy odor that is not unpleasant. We got the magnetic paperweight. Magnetized paperweight. Can we take it? The paperweight is just as useless as the other ones you have seen during your exploration of the ship. Fair enough, game. Look at the sphere. The sphere is part of a 3D magnetic puzzle called Malcolm's Madness. You recognize the puzzle because Mary Kwan borrowed it from you after you borrowed it from Aguilar. It was the cause of many wasted hours. Take the sphere. You pick up the puzzle and examine it. Mary seems to have come much closer to a solution than you ever did. You play with it for a bit, start to ruin the progress she made, and drop it back down in disgust. 70s flower power, just 2070s. That's right. Alright, the journal. Look at the journal. It appears... This is a bound notebook filled with handwritten entries. It appears to be a journal of some sort. Read. You have to take it first. Oh, okay. You take the journal from the surface of the desk. Read. Property of Mary Kwan. Journal. Mission 161. Departure February 22nd, 2134. I am keeping this journal on paper because anything entered on my terminal is accessible to the main computer. I know that the stuff in my personnel files is supposed to be protected by the privacy laws, but Hideki told me that there are overrides for emergencies. March 18th. The XO called a nuclear plant casualty drill during the first dog watch, which also happened to be my sleep shift. My damage control team didn't fare well during the drill, but I think the goddamn XO set us up. She simulated a computer failure at the same time as the NPC. It took us almost 9 minutes to isolate and contain the failure and set condition yoke for the contaminated areas. The XO wasn't happy and reamed our team, but good, especially me. March 19th. The Lexington made an FTL jump today. I can think of another Malcolm with hours of wasting puzzles. Interesting. Because that game sucks. No. Goddamn Crayandia 3. March 21st. I was in engineering with Olivar when Poole, our new ops officer, came in and started grilling Olivar about the upgrades made to the Lexington during the overhaul at the McHenry yards. Poole seemed strangely intent on the information. It was like he was asking the questions from a mental list or something. I assume he was just trying to get up to speed on his new assignment, but it was hinky. Ooh, hinky. What's got to be a 7? Oh, was that a pun? What was a pun? God dang it. Dang it, I don't know. See? Alright, know what I'm going to do? I'm going to start this prediction for 5 minutes. All right. Will I get it the next time a pun is made? 5 minutes. I don't think the title's right, but whatever. The next time a pun is made, will I be looking at that and going, oh yeah, that's a pun. That's definitely a pun. Or will I be like oblivious? Also, I don't think Jumi's thing was a pun. She was just, saying, there's another Malcolm thing out there, right? Also sucks. But we'll see. I can't even write a title properly. Oh well. All right, next page. Next page. March 23rd. The rumor mill spawned another Whopper today. Everyone has to have a theory about what this mission is all about. I heard this one from Gajardo. She says that Shindo overheard the CO talking to the XO about the discovery of a new Earth-type world, a new home for the Alliance. We're supposedly on our way to secure it. Yeah, right. Narang, our resident conehead, gave me the odds on finding a real Earth-type world anytime soon. Something like 10 million to 1. I don't believe it for a second. Could that be our mission? Could that be our mission, to find whether or not were we on our way to find a new Earth for the Alliance? You're just no. See, I got that. You can't do an easy one like that. Come on. No. You got to have some. That's a 0.3 out of 10. It's a 0.3 out of 10. You can't do that. You gotta at least wait till the prediction's over. Also. All right. March 24. The XO ordered another nuke emergency drill today. This time for a mock nuclear weapons incident. We did okay. The XO didn't say anything good, but then she never does. The key is that she didn't say anything bad. Everything would have been cool except that McClary was assigned to the decontamination station for damage control, and he had his hands all over me during the decon segment of the drill. It's like Warcraft in space. That's true. Warcraft 2. No, 1. Well, because they appeared in 1, yeah. March 28th. McGrath and Aguilar were trying to guess where we are using an astrogation program on the main computer and the star patterns outside the viewports. The main computer confounded their efforts. It knows the ship's location is classified. Narang knew but wouldn't tell. I know he doesn't take that secret shit too seriously, but he doesn't want to rot in Leavenworth either. April 4th. We made another FTL jump this morning. Nobody knows where we are or where we are going. April 8th. I feel frustrated and upset. The tension on the ship is getting worse for no apparent reason. I think it's because no one has a clue about what this mission is about. We know this gig is real important and we're all used to the jitters, but being completely in the dark is driving us crazy. Also, the CEO and the XO look like they're under serious stress. This isn't helping. Sounds like Magra? April 15th. Regarding the mission. I know we're escorting a science ship. Why the hell is that ship so important? The Navy only has a couple of science ships, and the coneheads who run them are usually out looking for black holes and gas clouds and crap like that. Why do they have the best ship in the fleet as an escort? Where are we going? Best ship? April 20th. According to Olivar, Poole and Narang. According to Olivar, Poole and Narang had a heated argument over the causes of the war, while some of the officers were relaxing in the wardroom. The odd thing is that Olivar said Poole seemed to agree with the UN's objectives, but disagree with their methods, or something like that. I really don't like Poole. He is one creepy guy. Like Magrab rather than Magrath? Magra. May 1st. We jumped today at 0800 hours. Immediately after clearing the jump point, the ship pulled 2.5 Gs. We're all going to be real tired real fast going at this rate. May 4th. Poole was a basket case today. Nobody else was any more tense than usual, but he had a bad case of the shakes. He ran around the ship like a caged rat. Nobody else seemed to notice, but I did. There's something funky about the guy. May 5th. We went to general quarters at 1407 today. I wasn't really scared until the drones were launched. I felt 9 thumps, which meant that all of the birds were in the air. Acceleration warning sounded at 1436, and we started pulling all kinds of forward and lateral Gs. I guess we won the battle because we weren't vaporized, and all 9 drones eventually came back. We secured from GQ at 1510, and the CEO came on and made a terse announcement about the Lexington having engaged an enemy vessel. No other announcement was made. God, I'd forgotten how scared I get when the shit hits the fan. May 6th. Poole seemed to know about the battle yesterday before it happened. He was so hopped up the day before, and the other officers were no more tense than usual. May 7th. The pressure on the crew finally caused a blowout. Geiser and Slocum had a big fight in the mess hall during movie night. Slocum has been baiting Geyser for days in Geyser's ponytail, and Geyser finally exploded. During the fight, Geyser threw Slocum into the VR system and broke the CPU. The crew present during the fight kept the incident quiet. None of the staff officers even know what happened. Mark Aguilar fixed the VR CPU on the QT. May 16th. Poole is sleeping with Falcon. Now, this wouldn't normally be big news, but the way he pursued her, it really bothers me. I know he's an officer and everything, but he's a good-looking guy, and both Maria and Erica have been after him for weeks. He ignored them, and he went after Falcon like a guided missile. Erica's a knockout. Why Falcon? I'm so confused. May 20th. We must be way the hell out in the middle of nowhere. We made our 6th FTL jump off the trip today. We're pulling heavy G's again. Space opera with possible political intrigue? Well, whatever it is, they're all dead. So, it's just memories of lives long gone. Well, not long gone, but they're gone. May 28th. We've arrived in what must be the target star system for the mission. Randall is sure that we are now moving in system instead of laterally towards another jump point. The star here appears to be orange in color, probably K-class. That's all we know. Stupid Twitch, you can't join the predict. It's not Twitch, actually. From what I understand, it's the rules that certain countries have regarding... because predictions are technically gambling, and you can't gamble. Some countries don't allow it, like some certain EU countries or UK have restrictions, right? So they just probably disabled it. That's probably because of rules that the country has in place. There are laws that prevent them from using it. So, June 10th. Close call today. One of the coolant pumps in Section 8 went out and the reactor temp started climbing. We got it under control and brought a backup online. You have very liberal gambling views? I don't know, then. I know certain countries in Europe have restrictions because of... They say it's because of the country laws. They can't do it. Nobody predicted no. Really? Wow, that's a lot of faith in me. Considering that a lot of times I don't get it, but we'll see how it goes. All right, I guess the prediction's up, right? So I guess for as long as the stream's on, if somebody makes a statement which looks like a pun and I miss it, I mean, nobody wins. Nobody wins, right? I can tell you now, I can tell you right now that Quebec has laws, for instance, that forbid, like, every time here we have any contests, it always says not allowed in Quebec, but allowed everywhere else. Because they have laws. Clearly, your country has laws about it. You can say, like, it might not be gambling, it might be something else. Even contests. So, your country probably has something in it. Has some kind of law that prevents Twitch from allowing it. Or, yeah. Doc usually gets the puns, so it was a no-brainer. Was that a pun? Was that a pun? Was that a pun, Tiger? I can't believe nobody said no. Actually, it's heartening and yet disappointing because I can't give it out if it's a no. If nobody voted in the negative, what if that person voted in negative and they would have paid out big time. Close call today. One of the coolant pumps in Section 8 went out and the reactor temps started climbing. We got it back. We got it under control and brought a backup online. June 11th. I caught Poole hanging around the entrance to one of the weapons bays this morning. He was startled to see me and then almost looked guilty. What was he doing down there? I'm starting to get real suspicious. Something is definitely up with that guy. June 15th. I followed Poole on impulse during one of the dog watches. He was carrying something in a bag and was kind of hunched around like he was uncomfortable carrying it. I knew something was up. He went to deck 2. I rode the elevator with him and then pretended to go the other way, towards the wardroom. Let's write this down. So Poole... Okay, he went to deck 2. I rode the elevator with him and then pretended to go to the other way, towards the wardroom. So clearly he went from... Instead of the wardroom, he went to the crew quarters. He looked around all the corridors to make sure he was alone, and then went into Dahl's stateroom by using an override code. Dahl was in the med lab at the time. Poole was in Dahl's quarters without Dahl's knowledge or consent. He was after something in there. Okay, so I don't have to write it down. I know where Dahl's. Okay. June 16th. Is Poole a UN agent? He's either a UN agent or an Alliance Special Ops plant. June 17th. Poole isn't Special Ops. I dated one of those guys once. They're much too cool to blunder around like Poole. If Poole was Special Ops, I wouldn't have a clue that anything was up. Poole has to be an enemy agent. Drop my pen. They must have recruited him with money or blackmailed him with something. He's an amateur. June 18th. The stress is getting to all of us, and I think the way I deal with it is to obsess about Poole. I'm now convinced that he's a UN agent. It isn't just the incidents I've recorded here. It's the way he behaves day to day. He's not a member of the team. He never really fit in from the beginning. The other officers are senior in rank, but they're part of the team. He's different. He's distant. He's as tense of the rest of the officers, but I think it's a different kind of tension. He's tense because he knows something that even the CO and XO don't know. I'm getting frightened again. June 19th. The Lexington is closing on a planet. That much is definite. Even though nobody knows exactly where we are, we finally seem to be getting near our destination. June 22nd. Poole is getting more and more uptight. He looks like he hasn't slept in days and seems really jumpy. If he's nervous, then I think the rest of us should be scared shitless. The last time he got tense, we went into action the next day. I think I need to tell Oliver about my suspicions. I'll do it tomorrow. It looks like Poole was an agent. That's how they found out. Okay. That was sad. Poole, you traitorous scum. Okay. Nothing in the drawer. Same thing as before. You pull one of the drawers. You find nothing but clean uniforms and one dirty sock. Good thing this wasn't an inspection. Rule number 1 of Navy procedure. Only clean uniforms and dresser drawers. Can I not move? Okay. Pool. Oops. Poole was operations officer. So, whose room did... Was it... He was in Dahl's quarters. Okay. Poole is sleeping with Falcon. Damn it. JG Kimberly Falcon, Communications Officer. Oh, junior grade. Okay. Oops, I actually didn't need to read that again. Yeah, comms officer. Oh, it's James Poole. Okay. So Falcon, okay, it's Poole's quarters that we're getting access to. It's on deck 2, right? Deck 2. Okay. Why doesn't this work again? What happened? I cannot seem to move with the keyboard anymore. Why is that? Hello? Game? Might as well save. Whoa, nothing's working. Okay, I have to alt tab out then. There we go, now it's working. I guess I have to alt tab out. There we go, now it works. No, it's not a bug. Sometimes when you alt tab out of DOSBox and it gets a little weird when going back in. God damn it.
Deck 2.
Alright. Pool should be at the far end.
This stateroom is protected.
IH-31.
Access granted.
This was Lieutenant James Poole's stateroom. A ship model. A scale model of the USS Orlando sits on the shelf above Poole's desk. The Orlando is a Jericho-class science vessel. Take it. You take the model from its spot above the desk. As you lift it, you notice that it is strangely heavy, even in the low gravity of the Lexington's powered orbit. Look at. You're carrying the scale model of the USS Orlando. You got from Poole's stateroom. The workmanship of the large model is exquisite. In spite of its thermoplastic construction, it seems unusually heavy, even in the low gravity created by the Lexington's powered orbit. How dare these 25-year-old games not work reliably? I mean, again, it wasn't the game, though. It was DOSBox. Yes, the DOSBox gets weird with alt tab. Mike is right. Oh, you just press alt? I just alt tab out again and go back again and see if it works. It's like Windows takes focus from DOSBox. Yeah. I wonder if, because it's locking the mouse cursor to the window, maybe I shouldn't do that, but at the same time, I don't think I can remove that. I don't think I would want to remove that. So I can't, so it's heavier, right? Can we use the computer screen?
Computer?
The main computer is down.
Any change in status?
No change in status.
I'm done.
Access terminated by user.
Okay. Can we open this? Nothing inside. Close it. Nope. You pull open one of the drawers, you find nothing but clean uniforms. Disappointing, you push the drawer back in the bulkhead. Alright. No.
Computer?
Oh, okay.
I'm
Access.
Another magnetic paperweight. The paperweight only rises a few centimeters from the surface. Okay, we've seen that. What about the books? Look at the books. Poole had varied tastes. The books bear titles like Miniature Construction Utilizing Solid CAD Transfer, USN OPSEC Manual 2134, and The Lion and the Locust, Earth's Biosphere in Trouble. Take the books. You grab one of the books and quickly, okay. You quickly thumb through a few pages of the volumes. Nothing interesting jumps out at you. Alright. I guess I don't need anything. Lie on the bed. Oh, this is new. You plop down on the bed and find it just as hard as your bunk. After sleeping on these things for a few years, you couldn't sleep in a normal bed without slipping a plank of plywood underneath you. You bounce back up. Okay. So that's Poole's quarters. I think. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, there's nothing else here. Sorry, I'm just, So Poole must have put something in that safe. I have to get access to it somehow. Remove the necklace. You remove the necklace, but you're not even wearing the necklace. Wait, what? I guess you can't combine items like with Sierra games. We put it back on. We can't do anything with the ship model. It's too bad we can't throw it and see if it breaks. If there's anything in there. That's what I would do. Deck 4. New area. What's on Deck 4? Must be more crew quarters that I don't have access to.
Deck 4.
Oh, wow. Oh, these are just regular quarters. The crew quarters on Deck 4 are off limits since you don't have access to the appropriate VIS override codes. Okay. No, we're not opening any of this. Which is probably a good thing. Like I don't think if you get lost going through room to room, which all leads to nothing.
Computer?
The main computer is...
Is there anything I should know about?
Is there anything I should know about?
Contact with the main computer system.
Okay.
I'm done.
Access.
So that's a good thing. Shortens our or narrows down our field of focus. We don't have to spend too much time running around. Alright, so Deck 5, probably the same thing.
Deck 5.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. There is a mess of twisted wreckage obstructing the corridor in front of you. A violent release of energy has ripped apart the deck and the overhead, bending Akira alloy like Arika alloy. Akira. Areca alloy, like spaghetti and snapping structural elements in the corridor like twigs. You contemplate the debris for a moment, asking yourself how the inside of the ship could get this mangled without a massive hull integrity failure. That's a good question. Clear the wreckage. The release of energy shredded the deck like paper. Even though the metal grating is now twisted and deformed, it is still 10 times stronger than steel. You can't even bend it. Climb over? The shredded grating is razor sharp. You would do serious damage to yourself in an attempt to climb over. In a Sierra game, you would climb over, and then you would die. And they would be like, you died because you were an idiot. Followed by some amazing music. I miss that. Deck 5. Let's look at the map. What's in this place? Ooh. This is different. The Science Lab. The Science Lab is the working environment for the ship's designated science officer. Oddly enough, this area has a kind of retro look to it. A result of the Navy's benign neglect over time. The Science Lab is the only area on the ship that hasn't been upgraded or overhauled since the Lexington was commissioned. Scientific equipment. I think I saw something called a gravitometer. Flat panel displays. Storage cabinets. Can we open these? Look at these cabinets. Storage compartments are set into the walls. Whoops. Storage compartments are Loctite. How about this one? FRT. One of the larger storage cabinets has a red border on the door and the letters FRT in red. You wonder briefly what FRT stands for, and then remember Narang talking about his desire to lead a field research team. This might be the storage area for field research equipment. Open. Whoa, a Geiger counter and a scanner. This is a simple Geiger counter used to measure alpha, beta, and gamma radiation. When activated, the counter will give visual and audio feedback about ambient radiation levels. Scanner. Narang explained the function of this device during one of the slow days on the trip out. The microscanner is essentially a field microscope. If activated while being near an object, the microscanner uses reflection from an emitted beam to construct a highly magnified false color image of the surface of the object being scanned. Alright, so take it. You take the Geiger counter. Let's go. Take the scanner. Nice. You take the scanner from the inside of the cabinet. The device is surprisingly small given its impressive capabilities. You close the empty cabinet. Cool. We got some stuff. Gravitometer. The gravitometer is a heavy cylinder made from a crystalline material with a perfectly aligned atomic matrix. The gravitometer is designed to pick up even the faintest of gravitational distortions and provides valuable information about the composition, density, and arrangement of the astronomical bodies ranging from asteroids to stars. This equipment was outmoded when it was installed in 2114. Now it seems positively ancient. Outmoded? Outmoded? Look at the flat panel display. A series of large flat panel screens are mounted on the walls. They are currently displaying a pattern of light and dark bars that might be the results of a spectral analysis. Then again, they might be an indication that the equipment needs servicing. You have no way of knowing. Can we use it? These are highly specialized devices. You don't even have the training required to turn them on. Alright, so I guess getting the objects from here was the reason for us to come here. Cool. Alright. Let's go. What's in here? Is this medical? The Med Lab is a complete state-of-the-art hospital in 2 rooms, designed to handle a few patients at a time. The Med Lab has plenty of capacity for a 20-person crew. Combat injuries are actually very rare. The losers in space battle are usually vaporized. Fair enough. Autodock. Look at it. The autodock is the centerpiece of the Med Lab. It consists of a spherical robotic treatment unit and a sophisticated non-invasive scanning system. With these two components and the computer's vast database, the Autodoc can detect, diagnose, and deal with any injury or illness that can be treated by 22nd century medical science. Okay, we can't go forward. Storage cabinets. Cabinets and dispensing units on the far wall are used for storing consumable medical supplies. You strain against the cabinets, trying to force them to open, but to no avail. That's a shame. You can just hear the medical supplies, bandages, syringes, splints, and all sorts of good adventure game stuff calling out to you. Nice. Recovery room. A small enclave with 2 bunks lies off the main med lab area. Recovering patients stay in this room so that the medical officer can keep an eye on them after treatment. Can we enter? There's nothing in the recovery room except for the 2 bunks. Ooh. Two large wall displays provide the medical scanner with information from the Autodoc scanners. The displays are currently showing images from the last person to be treated by the Autodoc. Look at the scanning microscope. 2 scanning microscopes sit on the medical officer console. Relics from an earlier age. The devices are there in the unlikely event of an automated scanner failure. Look in. You peer into one of the microscopes. No slide is loaded, so the only thing you see is the texture of the metal underneath the scanning elements. Alright. There's one more thing we could check. The sensor. This looks like a sensor of some kind. Perhaps it is what picks up the signals from the handheld remote that the medical officer uses for direct control of the Autodoc. Alright, taped note. A note in Hideki's handwriting is taped to the console. It is dated yesterday. Read. Captain Dana wanted the Autodoc reprogrammed with what he called a panic button. I fixed it so that if you key in the code 911 on the Autodoc remote control, the treatment unit will automatically stun anybody or anything within 3 meters of the Autodoc. Does this sound like something to do with our mission? Sounds like you're going to be working with an ET specimen. What gives? H. Calls it 911. Huh. Can we activate? The Autodoc is usually controlled by a handheld remote unit that the medical officer can use as he monitors treatment while standing near the patient. So where would this remote be? I do not see it. The diagnostic features of the Autodoc are accessed through this console, a bewildering array of controls that you can't even begin to understand. Hmm. .9 out of 10. .9 out of 10. 7 for making me chuckle. All right, deck 5. Oh, you can just double click? I didn't know that. Can you just double click? Oh, cool. Oh my god, this whole time I've been clicking on that. You can just double click. That's easy. Actually,
Deck 6.
I chuckled like twice, so I'll give it a 7. Mr. Sleeps, thank you for the follow. Very kind of you, thank you. And welcome. Whoa, whoa, wow, where are we? This is definitely not like the other decks. Deck 6 is you, woo. Alright. We'll open this door. The cavernous cargo bay is where heavy equipment spares, bulk stores, and consumables are stored. Everything except for electronic components, which are kept on deck 2. There are thousands of items here in containers stacked high above you. When you look down again, an object on the deck just in front of you catches your attention. Yes, the multi-tool. The object looks like some sort of tool. It is sitting on the deck not far from where you are standing. It must have been dropped by somebody during the battle. Everything else in the cargo bay is sealed behind acres of thermoplastic wrap. Let's take it. You take the tool. This is a Drexel multi-tool. Multipass. Dallas Corbin. Multipass. Multipass. Or Lilu. Corbin. Damn it. Yeah. This is a Drexel multi-tool. A kind of Swiss Army knife for engineers. Its more useful attachments include a Dahlgren wrench, a thermal knife for cutting thermoplastic, and a screwdriver. It also includes a De Beers optometer, a micrometer, and several exotic tools you can't even identify. By the way, I think we all run the prediction. That is true. That is true. And I don't think anyone's going to get any points for it. It's just going to give back everything. Choose the outcome. Yes. Complete. Congratulations, everyone who chose yes. I did get it. But nobody got points. Yay! You got your points back. Okay. You can't go this way. Alright, so we can't... Luckily, we don't have to, like, run around in here. That's cool. I would have guessed a sonic screwdriver. Doctor Who's sonic screwdriver doesn't look so good. You are facing the controls for the shuttle bay doors on the outer door of the control room. Suit locker. This is the door that leads to the Lexington somewhat cramped suit locker. Open. Vacuum suit. Oh my. Look at. This is the helmet that goes with the vacuum suit. It is a standard vac suit helmet with a photosensitive sun visor. Take. You take the vac suit helmet from the locker shelf. The crew took all but one of the vacuum suits in the suit locker when they evacuated. The remaining suit is yours. It is made of durable, light carbon fiber composite fabric and is well insulated. Take. You take the vacuum suit from where it is hanging on the locker. You close the empty locker. Control room. You're facing the controls for the shuttle bay doors and the outer door on the control room. Yes, a Doc reference. Doctor Who. You gonna go exercise? Alright, man. Lurk away. Lurk away, Mike. 9 minutes left on the shift. A. Can we double click? Oh, we can't. Oh my god. This changes everything. Whoa, the future is now. You're on graveyard shift. This is the control room and airlock for the shuttle bay. A blister of quartzite looks out on the enormous hangar outside. A blister of quartzite. What's quartzite? You should close the controls in front of you. You should use the controls in front of you to open and close the bay doors. Look at. The control console appears to have no voice operation default. The buttons, keys, and displays that seem vestigial on most other consoles are the primary mode of operation here. You know what? Let's not... Ooh, outer door. It's the door to the shuttle bay. When the shuttle bay is depressurized, this door serves as the air locker door. Because of its importance, it is open and closed from the control panel. Oh. Whoa. Transmitting homing sequence. Whoa. Shuttle bay open... No. Control room open door. Graveyard shift must be dead. Nice. See, I got that one. I just want to see if there's anything here. We're getting closer to that door. You have to open the door before you can exit. We're not opening the door. We don't need to. Well, there's no reason for us to open the door. Besides, I'm pretty sure the game would say you don't need to. So, this is very cool, though. Alright, let's just speed around here. I know it's very cinematic and all, but at the same time... Okay. You can just double click. Oh my god, that's so much easier now. Weapons bays.
Weapons bays.
Weapons levels. Ooh. You see a door for the weapons days. Oh. You know what? Let's walk back. Hold on. I shouldn't have skipped that. Oh, nuts. I will say after the pacing of Pandora's Tower the past few weeks, the pacing of this game is noticeably different. Not bad, but different. You're right. It's a different game. It's chill. Just stretching here a lot. It's not like, oh, Elena, eat some flesh and then go take a nap and talk to you for a bit and make sure you're okay, and then run out and traverse a dangerous tower in order to bring back more flesh for her. This is chill. This is nice. I mean, if this game was on a timer, I wouldn't know. So it's nice. It's also nice to play a DOS game. It really, it felt like it's been a while. I know I've been playing Alley Cat, but it's nice to go back to DOS because there's still so many games on that platform I've still yet to experience. And as you know, DOS is good. DOS is good. Also, the pixel art is great. This is really nice. I really like the way these have been done. Again, is this pixel art or is this CG? This is CG, right? Yeah, this is CG. You're outside the door that leads to the control room. No sound effect. This is the control room for the weapons bay 2. The consoles here are used to program the onboard computers for the battle drones. Load them on the rotary launcher and then hand them off to the ship's tactical system for central control. You know what? Our main goal right now... Wait, what's a blister? Look at the blister. Quartzite panels on an alloy framework provide a clear view of the weapons bay. Let's actually... It's 3D. But I know this isn't. And these are nice. Okay, one main problem at a time, gotta stop the meltdown. This must be the most chill nuclear meltdown I've ever seen. So if we go to engineering, we can't. That deck is currently inaccessible due to a potential radiation hazard between the entrance to the reactor spaces and the engineering level. Can we go to reactor spaces?
Reactor spaces.
Reactor spaces. This is the entrance to the honeycomb of access tunnels, crawlways, maintenance areas, and workspaces surrounding the innards of the Lexington's liquid-cooled reactor.
Warning. A coolant leak in the power reactor has contaminated the reactor spaces. You are in a radiation hazard area. All personnel must wear proper protective gear and carry radiation monitoring equipment.
The elevator won't go down to engineering, so the only way to get there is to go through through 5 levels of vertical access tunnels and reactor maintenance areas. Bottom text here. This is one of the reactor maintenance areas. Portals in the deck lead to access tunnels that lead to access tunnels that thread through the cramped cooling pipes, pumps, sensors, and control nodes. I already did save. I saved before I went down. Unfortunately, if Tran is right and the coolant system is damaged, then radioactive coolant may have spilled into some of the tunnels. You can't get your hands on a rad suit. Your radiation protection gear is all down in engineering.
Warning. A coolant leak in the power reactor has contaminated the reactor spaces.
This
You are in a radiation hazard area. All personnel must wear proper protective gear and carry radiation monitoring equipment.
This means you may need to navigate through the reactor spaces without a rad suit. This would be a dangerous exercise. There wouldn't be any way to tell just by looking which tunnels were contaminated. However, we have a Geiger counter. Let's turn it on. You turn on the Geiger counter. The Geiger counter is chirping quietly to itself. One of the tunnels above or below you is contaminated. Okay. Can't go that way. We can't turn this way. Let's go this way.
Warning. A coolant leak in the power reactor has contaminated the reactor spaces. You are in a radiation hazard area. All personnel must wear...
Reactor maintenance area. The Geiger counter is quiet. Both of the tunnels leading out of here must be clean. So I'm going down, right? The reactor maintenance area. The Geiger counter is chirping quietly to itself. One of the tunnels above or below you is contaminated. So this is clear. This must be contaminated. Both tunnels above and below you are contaminated.
Warning. A coolant leak in the power reactor has contaminated the reactor spaces. You are in a radiation hazard.
Okay, one of the tunnels above or below you is contaminated.
Protective gear and carry radiation monitoring equipment.
Yeah. Death? Okay. Both of the tunnels leading out of here must be clean. I like the music. Very scary.
Warning. A coolant leak in the power reactor has contaminated the reactor spaces. You are in the radiation hazard area. All
Okay, so B has one that's potentially not contaminated. But this is clear. I'm supposed to descend, right? All the way? So this one must be contaminated. So this is clear. So let's go down. Boy, I hope I'm doing the right thing. It's clear. The access tunnel through this portal leads to a dead end. This is the lowest of the 5 maintenance levels. The exit down to engineering levels through the tunnel in A.
A coolant leak in the power reactor has contaminated the reactor spaces. You are in a radiation hazard area. All personnel must wear proper protective gear and carry radiation monitoring equipment.
So A should be this way? Should be A? Let's go. Engineering, level 6. That was okay, surprisingly.
Computer?
The main computer is down. Voice access to engineering systems only.
Status report.
Status report.
The situation in the engineering module is critical. Multiple enemy beam weapon and missile hits registered between 22:30:14 and 22:31:45 have caused a criticality 1 fault in the primary power reactor coolant system. Containment failure is imminent. Containment failure will result in the loss of the ship. Contact with the main computer system was lost at 22:31:22. Local systems took over monitoring and control of autonomic functions at 22:31:23. There are also multiple criticality 2 and 3 faults which require attention once conditions have stabilized.
Describe the critical faults.
Describe critical faults.
DCS faults are listed in order of criticality.
Oh god. I'm gonna have to write this down, aren't I?
Criticality 1. The coolant system for the primary power reactor has failed. Coolant pipes were ruptured by shear stress from missile impacts and by the heat from beam weapon strikes that penetrated the hull. Radioactive coolant has escaped into crew spaces. Coolant loss has reached critical levels. The reactor core temperature is rising. Containment failure is imminent.
Okay.
Criticality 2. Multiple engineering systems have suffered primary and secondary failures. These are criticality 2 faults because these systems have tripped tertiary backups and are now operating without any backup at all.
This might not be actually important to write down, but it's kind of cool. Still nice.
The affected systems are fusion containment monitoring, thrust vectoring control, compression laser calibration, compression laser monitoring and control, deuterium tritium fuel feed, FCS damping, FCS switching, gamma flux monitoring, and the superconducting magnetic coils in sections Charlie, Golf, November, and X-ray.
You know, it would be actually cool if there was a TV show or something. Or like a mini-series where it's like I know they did it with passengers, but that was like, yeah, it wasn't. But like where a guy is like stuck on this type of ship and he has to fix all the problems with the ship. He's alone, as it's in the middle of nowhere, and he has to figure out a way to, I don't know, get back, fly the ship himself, as it were. Wait, they did that also. That was the plot to Andromeda. But he had an AI. I don't know. Yeah. Oh well. Anyways, you know what? I'll stop talking. How do I deal with the reactor coolant failure?
How do I deal with the reactor coolant failure?
Repeat it.
Access the reactor coolant system through the console in the main engineering area.
If there's one thing I wish the game did, it was that it allowed me to repeat the same question. Because, alright, what is the reactor coolant system?
What is the reactor coolant system?
The reactor coolant system consists of a network of holding tanks, pipes, pumps, and automated valves. The RCS console provides manual control of the system.
So I gotta find the RCS console. What will happen? Okay, you know what? I'll have to read it.
What will happen if reactor containment fails?
The core will reach a temperature such that it will melt through the reactor containment vessel and then fall in the direction of thrust. Currently, the Lexington is in a 0.2 G powered orbit around Persephone. The molten core would thus fall aft and down, melting through the engineering module of the ship.
Wow, that doesn't sound good.
Why isn't there magnetic containment for the core?
The operating principle behind the ship's power reactor is a slow fission system, not a sustained plasma fusion reaction common to planet-based power systems. Magnetic containment would be inappropriate given the design criteria for the ship.
Can't I just shut the reactor down? Why does the ship need a reactor if it has fusion engines?
The power reactor cannot be scrammed because the control rods are currently jammed in a position that represents 75% of the reactor's operating capacity. Coolant must be restored to the core in order to bring the reactor temperature down. The answer to the second question is that the reactor provides the power for the initial charge of the capacitors that fire the compression lasers in the fusion engines.
Do I have to write this down? Because it gives me the check mark, which means pausing the dialogue. Normally wouldn't do that, right? I'm gonna write this down. Jammed in a position that represents 75%. Of the reactor's operating capacity. Okay.
The compression lasers collapse the fuel pellets and create the fusion reaction that drives the ship. The power reactor also feeds the ship's electrical systems, indirectly supplying power to all life support, computer, communications, and optoelectronic systems.
Do any of the criticality
2 faults represent an immediate danger to the ship?
Negative. All systems with criticality 2 faults are operating within acceptable parameters. They are identified as criticality 2 faults because they are Class 1 systems, and there are now no backup systems in case of further damage.
I'm done.
Access terminated by user.
Okay, well, let's find ourselves that terminal. This is the primary operations and maintenance area for the ship's fusion pulse drive engines and power reactor. The main workstation for engineering personnel is the engineering maintenance area, a cluster of consoles that sits inside an alloy framework. What? Catwalk lights, crawlway. With the catwalk. An elevated catwalk runs around one side of the engineering spaces. Alloy quartzite latticework. A latticework of quartzite and alloy surrounds a component of the Lexington's fusion drives. Linear accelerator. This is the structure containing the final stages of the massive linear accelerator that propels the deuterium-tritium fuel pellets into the magnetic thrust cones of the fusion engines. I'm just trying to learn the double clicking. I think it just saves a lot of time. I didn't realize I thought I was clicking on this manually. You don't have to. That's cool. Crawlway. An access crawlway leads into the bulkhead. This is the base of a ladder that leads up to the catwalk that runs around part of the engineering area. A large equipment storage cabin is set into the bulkhead to your right. Pipes. Pipes run along the walls and overhead. They might carry reactor coolant, or maybe they carry liquids for the life support system. Or perhaps they are simply housings for data and power cables. It is difficult to determine this far away. Touch the pipes? These pipes are far too wide to touch. Look. Near the base of the ladder is an equipment storage cabinet. Open. A cutting torch. I guess we're taking it. This is a heavy-duty oxyacetylene cutting torch. Compressed oxygen and acetylene feed a directed high-temperature jet of flame. The gases come from two tanks that are attached to the frame of the torch by hexagonal Dahlgren bolts. You take the cutting torch from the cabinet and close the empty storage cabinet. This should be very useful indeed. You already have the cutting torch. The cabinet is empty. Okay. Let's go inside here. Let's look at this. A series of now familiar computer consoles and displays are mounted around the inside of the maintenance station. Use? You find the proper controls and bring up the touchscreen schematic for the reactor coolant system. The primary coolant tank is damaged. All the coolant liquid has leaked out of the system. This means you need to route coolant fluid from one of the auxiliary coolant tanks through the reactor in order to cool it down. The reactor coolant system computer interface will allow you to scroll and manipulate a map showing the reactor and the RCS tanks, pipes and valves. Oh boy. There are two auxiliary coolant tanks. Both are full. Your first objective, can I save? Your first objective is to open the manual valve. Oh boy. Alright, let's write this down. Two augs tanks. Both full. I'm not going to remember this. Objective 1. Open manual valve. Open the manual valve on one of those tanks so that the coolant can flow into the system of RCS pipes. Okay. Okay. The computer interface on this console will help you determine which valve you need to open manually. Use the arrows at the top right and bottom right of the schematic to scroll up and down. Okay. You can't use the computer interface to route the coolant through the reactor until at least one manual valve has been opened. Whoa. What? Main coolant tank damaged. Oh boy, it's scrolling a little fast. Whoa, that's scrolling a little fast. Okay. Auxiliary tanks. Can I move this up? Oh boy, okay. This is way too fast. Okay, I need to scroll down the cycle speed. 40% cycles. 5%. Okay, nope. A bit faster. 10%? Still fast. 15? Okay, that works, but it's slow. We're going to be hearing that a lot. Okay, I think I borked the audio. Yeah, it's borked because I was trying to change the cycle count. Oh, wow. Just when I had to restart the game. Duke, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome everyone coming from Duke Donuts stream. I hope you had a good time. I'm Dr. CDCS and I'm playing Mission Critical. A good DOS game. And I just had to quit the game because we had some audio troubles. Ayawoo. Thank you so much for the follow. I apologize, I can't pronounce your name. But thank you. Let's just quit this out. Restore? Yes. Yes, coolant puzzle. Okay, here we are. Top boss. Hello, hello. Sakanakao. Welcome. Alright, let's do this again. Ooh. Ooh, it's animate. Ooh, okay, this is the first time I'm seeing this scroll too. This is nice. Okay, cool. Alright, use the engineering console. Okay. Okay, it's too fast. Oh, the temperature's going up! Oh, Jesus! Okay. You're gonna get some audio issues because I'm dropping the cycle count a bit. Okay. So we can alter the movement, the engine coolant grid, auxiliary tank 2, manual valve. We're gonna have to hear these audio clicks because, or static, because I need to slow down the cycle count because it's scrolling way too fast. Okay, that seems to be fine. Okay, if I just do a little tappy tap with the click, it seems to be okay. Okay, there we go. Okay, 2 auxiliary tanks, both full. Objective 1, pull the manual valve on 1 tank. How do you pull a valve? It's getting kind of high here. Whoops. It's kind of getting high. Hello? I can rotate those, but I can't remove the valve? It says open the manual valve onto 1 tank. Maybe I should try the other console before this thing explodes. I think it's game over. I think we're about to see our first game over. Use this. Is this the same thing? I think it's game over. Oh no. Oh no! Why is this not doing anything? Oh, it's so staticky! And the thing is about to explode! What do we do? Why is it not doing anything? Oh, woo. Whoa! It's definitely not working. Do I have to... This doesn't make sense. It said, open the manual valve on one tank. Maybe I have to actually go up the catwalk. Okay. We'll restore that. Wow. Restore the coolant puzzle. Let's go up the catwalk. Maybe we have to manually pull a valve. Like these pipes? Touch? Emergency coolant. Is this it? This must be the housings for the equipment that controls the activators and pumps for the reactor coolant system. You can control this equipment by accessing the consoles inside the engineering maintenance system. Pipes are far too late to touch. We can climb with the escalator, though. Not the escalator, the catwalk ladder. Escalator. Yup, that's exactly what it is. Ooh. Okay. Ah! You've reached the end of the access crawlway. Oh, I kind of missed all that dialogue. This is the manual valve that can be opened but closed by turning the wheel in front of you. The valve is currently closed. Open. You turn the wheel to open the manual valve. You hear a grinding noise and then a solid-sounding clunk from above as the valve locks into the open position. Okay. I think I've only access to one of them. I don't think I can... Can I go to 3? I can go to 3. Okay. You have reached the end of the access crawlway. When you face the bulkhead at the end of the crawlway, you see a manual valve control sitting directly in front of you. The exit of the catwalk lies in the other direction. Okay. So we'll open that. You attempt to turn the wheel and find it is locked in the closed position. It appears that you can only have one valve open at one time. Oh. Alright, if one valve is open, we might as well tush on the catwalk. Nice. I haven't heard that song in a long time. Down the stairs we go. This is very dramatic. Oh, we can use the arrow keys and go down. Okay, the arrow keys work just as well. There we go. Ah, oh! The arrow keys work. Is that the main reactor core? It's getting coolant. It's going down, I think. Yeah, temperature's going down. I think we did it. I think. I don't know. Oh, I think we have to do all of these areas. Oh, okay, okay. Whoops. Oh, is that really the linchpin? Oh, I see. That. Oh, crap. Okay, so this is way more... Okay, so I think we have to get all 5 of these lit up with coolant. So, oh, it's a really interesting puzzle. Really interesting puzzle. And I guess we can save some time by bringing down the temperature a bit. Okay, okay. Okay, this is not a bad puzzle. Well, we'll see. We'll see how I feel about it in due time. Okay, so this will be fine. Is the temperature going up again? It is. Crap. Okay. I don't have time to assess a score for that pun. Is it really coming from... I thought it was coming from here. What the hell? Oh, it wasn't. Oh. Okay, let's try and figure this out. I think I'm gonna have to... Bam, bam, bam. No, you don't want to? So this needs to be fed in. I think. I don't understand. This is not part of the schematic? Maybe I do still have to go and... Alright, so it's coming down again. Oh, it resets. So I can't go back to the other catwalk. Oh. Huh. Whoops. How did that happen? It's not like I can... It's coming from a different pipe. That won't do anything. Oh, you can turn it on. Oh, I see. Oh. I see. Okay, okay. Oh, it has to be flowing that way. Okay. It has to flow. Ooh, that's weird. So it has to flow and then you can turn it on. Okay. But then it flows back into here, which makes... Oh boy, this is gonna be... I like how the thing still isn't blowing up. So it doesn't add anything for me to do this. There's no point in me putting it through a coolant pump. Control pool. The electrolytic power generator. So this is damage. We don't have to flow anything through here. Coolant pump. Heat exchanger dorsal. Heat exchanger ventral. I mean, I would have thought it would have worked just by throwing it through the ion control pool, which then leads to... But it won't go through here. It'll go through here. Hey there, Nightmare. Good to see you. Okay. So he brings it down by a little bit, and it's still increasing. Oh, this puzzle. This puzzle kind of sucks. I mean, no. It's fine. It's fine. Could you not open 1 and 2? I went through... Stuck in the closed position. Two I opened. Yes, you can only have one open at the same... Okay. Let's try... Let's try closing 2. And opening 3. Well, let me confirm that 1 cannot be opened. It's stuck. Can I use the multi-tool on it? Oh, am I dead? I think it's game over. The reactor core finally reaches a critical temperature and the fuel rods melt through the containment vessel. Fiery rivulets of molten metal flow throughout the engineering module of the Lexington, burning through the delicate fuel feed systems for the fusion engines. The linear accelerator begins sending pieces of itself down into the fusion thrust chambers, triggering a violent release of energy that tears apart the ship. Boom! Wow, that's actually amazing. Game over. What now? All right. Been a while since I've had to update the counter or anything. So let's... Bam. 1 death. You can undo? Oh, right. You can undo. What does undo do? Okay. No. I didn't even know what undo did. It just takes you back a turn. which is kind of a guess coolant puzzle. Slushy Cat, thank you for the follow. Alright, so we do have to go back and we need to climb up here. If I go in here and just try turning it, it seems to be stuck. I can't even use the multi-tool in this case. Okay. So we're going to try opening valve 3. Okay. Okay. We're now in valve 3, which is this one? Yeah. Damn. I thought it would have at least maybe, you know, caused this to open up, but it didn't. Engine coolant grid. So I assume we need to, I mean, there's no point in recycling it. Okay. There it goes. That's gonna go here. All the way here. Because why the F not? Go this way. Go this way. Go in here, and then you go here. Straight. Here. No. Go straight, then you make a here, into here, and then you'll go in here. Damn it. Is that not enough? Hey there, Retro Island. How you doing? How am I liking this game? Well, I've come across my first puzzle. It's, I've blown up because of it now. First death. Other than that, it seems to be okay. It seems to be okay. But time is running out. I don't get this. This is the tank. Do I have to feed back into this? This doesn't make sense. So it's not lighting up. That's clearly this tank. Oh, you've been interested in it because you like Legend, eh? Well, I mean, it certainly is interesting. It is definitely interesting. That's not going to work. Okay. Yeah. If only you could turn on one of the other tanks. I'm gonna blow up, aren't I? Where'd I go? You would think getting the main reactor core would be, like, good, but it still keeps increasing. This should light up. Well, this lit up, so it means this is good, right? Oh, this is a very... Okay. I wish you could delay it, but no, it keeps increasing. That's what frustrates me so much, is that if the reactor still increases, because what, this has to be filled, and I assume this also has to be filled. I mean, this is broken, right? Oh crap, here we go again. See, it doesn't light up, which makes me think it needs to go through here? Yeah, but it's just a loop, so that doesn't help. Okay, let's do that. No, that's not gonna work. It's, yeah, it just drops it down a bit. Okay, that's fine. Let's... I have no choice but to reset again. It's not like I can push this out as a result. No. Pump is closed, right? Yeah. You believe? Oh my god. Necro, you believe. I have to keep trying. Must keep trying. Well, I got that one lit up. Oh, this is... Okay. Alright, so I gotta somehow... Okay. Is there a button to pause? No. My sudden demise? Basically, I have to get them all through all the conduits, including this one, without them overlapping. So... Okay. Wait, what? Oh, it's coming through here. Okay. So it has to go through there. So it can't go back up because it's going to be... Okay. Oh, shoot. So keep going. So this is a dead end. Okay. Let's see what I can do here. It'd be nice if you had the meltdown timer, but I guess in the way you're kind of cheesing it because it goes to max and then every time you reset it, it keeps going back down, then back up. So that way it's not bad. Wait, where's it going? Ah, crap. This is wrong. Wait, what? It's not like I can force the valve open now, right? By making this go in here? No. That was weird. It was on green, but it wasn't putting any fluid out. Okay. Do this. No. Don't do that. Looping is... Oh. Okay, you know what? I think I'm gonna assume as far as I'm in this screen, nothing's gonna happen. So let's mentally loop. What's coming through here, right? So what happens if I just do that? No. This puzzle sucks. The engine coolant grid. Okay, so if you go here. Oh, the moe, this is so... So? I'll loop up. This way? Let's see if this lights up. Yes. Oh boy. Okay, so not only does it need to go into it, it also has to flow through it. Oh, just this is a messed up puzzle. And now it's gonna go here and get locked. This is like the closest I've ever gotten. Sorry I'm being so quiet. It's just that it's... This is the first real puzzle of the game, and it's hard. So this manual tank valve 1 was for... Okay, that's why it's permanently closed. Oops. It's not gonna work. Nope, it's not gonna work. Oh my god. No. Control rod's jammed in position that repeats 100%. Okay. Mission critical puzzling. Yeah, this is... So I have to get it so that all these areas get lit up. I don't think this has to get lit up because it's already damaged. But this has to get lit up. This has to get lit up. Whatever's at the bottom left. I mean, this has to get lit up? Was this what it was talking about? No, it's definitely the reactor. And somehow it found itself back into the other coolant tank. And I can't open the valve. Only one valve at a time can be opened, which is weird. Why? Oh, for the sake of a puzzle. Why else? Let's reset this. It's not like it's... I don't know if it's going to blow up or not. Alright, so... It goes through here. Goes through here. Would want it to do that. Bloop, 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 bloop. Okay. Oh. No. Oh, I thought that would have worked. Oh, nuts. Okay, okay. Anyways, go through here. Goes up here. This would need to go... It has to go through this upper panel, otherwise it won't work. And this entire area is blocked off. How do I get this access to the coolant? What? Okay. This electrolytic power generator also needs to get... Oh my. So that's... It's not going to go anywhere after that, though. Alright, let's see what happens. So when I do this, can I... Oh, it resets every time. So it's not like I can run back and go play around with the other valve. One valve only. Let's try valve 2. Valve 2 should be open. Okay. Not like this is going to make much of a difference, but I might as well try it. It doesn't make... Man, this is so... I only have one path. Okay, just started. I lost track. Go through here, you go through here. I think you only game over when you actually hit valve 1. Okay, so it's going to dead end here. Right. It's still a dead end. I still have... Oh my gosh. It's not like... Okay. Like... No. Maybe. Let's do that. Do that. Do that, even though you're not technically connecting properly. It needs time to update or something. It's having issues. Is that not enough? I don't know. Gosh darn it. I have to get this one somehow. It's like that too. Oh. I needed like a T-junction. Why is there no T-junction? Why does it have to be... I wonder if you just have to get the reactors and just the heat exchangers. That's the case. It's so quiet. Yeah, it's quiet. Wait, like the ship's like alarms are blaring. The puzzle. Serious puzzle solving, yes. Very serious. Maybe I don't need that. How do I even know if I'm successful? I don't know. I have no idea. I hope the computer will tell me. Like, hey, you've done it. Okay, let's see. No, we get blocked. So, basically I think everything has to go through, like, in one... My only theory is that everything needs to go through in one fell swoop. Like, through the heat exchangers, through the main reactor core, ion control pool, the electrolytic power generator. This is not easy. Certain someone's figured it out and it's like, oh, you dummy, you're not doing it right. Which one do I... They can only go through one way. Okay. It has to come out this way. It would have to go that way and up. I wanted to go through here. Is this still in play? Yes, it is. Do-do-do. If I do that, I block this, right? So, see, that's what's this is what's messing me up. There's only the primary coolant tank is damaged. All of the coolant liquid has leaked out of the system. This means you need to route coolant liquid from one of the auxiliary coolant tanks through the reactor in order to cool it down, which I did. The coolant reactor system computer will allow you to scroll and manipulate a map showing the reactor and the RCS tanks, pipes, and valves. You successfully open one of the manual valves for the auxiliary coolant tanks. Your next objective is to use the RCS computer interface on this console to open and close a series of automated valves by clicking on them, such that the coolant from one auxiliary tank can flow from the tank through the main reactor through one heat exchange. Okay, so clearly I'm not doing this right. So from tank, main reactor, a heat exchanger, and back to the auxiliary tank. That's what I might have been doing wrong. So it has to loop back. You have to make a complete circuit in order for the reactor to bring... Okay. 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 So I missed... Okay. So it has to go from tank to main reactor. So I'd wanted to go... I think I just didn't read it right, and I should have done that. Goes from the tank, the main reactor, reading comprehension, through one of the heat exchangers, then should loop back to close the circuit. Let's see. If it was all that it was, then I goofed it up by not reading right and not reading it clearly. Oh man. If it's right. If that's the case, it's all on me. It just needs to go through one. It even says it's one of the wavy ones. A bloop. And look at that. Circuit complete, temperature's going down. Because I can't read. All of the indicators are moving back towards the green. The reactor core temperature has returned to subcritical levels and is now well within normal parameters. You have successfully averted a cold ore meltdown and saved the ship. GG, I heart corruption. I was writing it down, and then for some reason, I should have just read it clearly and just be like, oh, do this, do this, do this. It would have been so simple. It would have been like 30 seconds. Boom. That's it. Ah, me smart. Okay. Now that that's done, now we have to get the central computer online. GG's, y'all. Central computer needs to be turned online. Where the heck is the central computer?
Computer?
The main computer is down. Voice access to engineering systems only.
Has anything changed?
The Criticality 1 fault in the primary reactor coolant system has been repaired. Reactor temperatures are returning to normal.
I'm done.
Access terminated by user.
Okay. So, yeah. Reading, how does it work? So how would I get the main computer online now? There's no need to take your life in your hands by traversing. Okay, so we don't need to go back up there again. Would the computer system be around here? Now that the coolant system is back in action, the reactor is operating normally. The local computers will handle the routine monitoring needed from now on. Okay, good. So the ship won't explode. Oh my gosh. Mike, thank you for the gift sub to I Heart Corruption. I Heart Corruption, I hope you enjoy the emotes. I try to make them as useful as possible on other channels, and I hope you like them. But Mike, again, thank you. Oh my. Mike, thank you for the gift sub to Caius. Caius, I hope you like the emotes. But thank you for that. Mike, that's super generous of you. Thank you. Wow. I guess it's just... I know it's like 1:25 in the morning.
Weapons phase.
But now that I've kind of figured it out, I mean, I kind of want to play, but at the same time, I should probably stop. Weapons bay door.
Computer?
The main computer is down. Voice access to weapons level systems only.
Is there anything I should know about?
Contact with the main computer system was lost at 22:30.
Okay.
Has anything changed?
No change in...
I'm done.
Access terminated by user.
DOS good. Is anyone else hearing that buzzing noise? Is that just me? Can I go to a different... You hear it too? That wasn't there before.
Deck 1.
That is a weird buzzing noise. Maybe it's the game telling me I've been playing too long. Alright. You know what? Thank you for the follow, I Heart Corruption. Oh, thank you also for the kind words. But yeah, I hope you. I really do hope you like the emotes. Again, thank you, Mike. That was very awesome of you. All right, so fix main PC CPU. That's what we'll do, and we'll stop here. We'll stop here. That buzzing is annoying. Woof. Let's actually load that up again. Is that going to happen again once I restart the game? No way.
Emergency decompression
So the
alert.
buzzing...
Pressure is dropping rapidly on deck 2.
The buzzing is there. Buzzing is there.
Warning.
Buzzing is there.
Power reactor has contaminated the...
Buzzing is not there. This is very weird. Why?
Warning.
Yeah, it's there now.
Power reactor has contaminated...
That's annoying. I do know this game has had some audio issues. Some people have complained in the GOG. I mean, there aren't very many posts in the GOG forums, I don't think, but one of them is like there's an audio issue. But I thought I fixed it. Oh, wow. Taco Adventure, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, everyone, coming from Taco's stream. I hope you had a good time. I am Dr. CDCS, and I'm currently trying to figure out what the heck this buzzing noise is coming from. Environmental sound? Maybe. Maybe? It's very weird that I'm hearing this. Is it one of these things? Put on. You work your way into the vacuum suit, performing the awkward hands up and sleeves over maneuver to get your upper body into the tight confines of the ship. Remove. But how you doing, Taco? What were you playing? Don't mind me, I'm just trying to figure out this incessant buzzing noise. It's very annoying. It just happened now. As soon as we solved the puzzle, it started buzzing quite a bit. Arctic Adventure. Nice. So where would I, if I was to repair a computer, where would I go? Deck 6?
Deck 6.
Have I gone to Deck 6 yet? Feels like I have, yeah. Remember when shops were trying to use some high-pitched whine that only young people hear to keep teens out? Well, it'd be hilarious since I am the very definition of not a teen. But it is annoying. And the fact that we can all hear it means that we're all young people. Remember the days of shareware? Those were good times. I mean, I didn't know any better, but they were good times. I would imagine the reactor spaces don't have it.
Reactor spaces.
Oh, why? Let's go back to deck 2.
Deck 2.
Let's go back to the stateroom. I want to actually talk. Let's see if we can bring up the video message again.
I'm sure you're wondering what's going on. I'll explain. You were probably aware that the Lexington was attacked by a UN ship. We were outgunned and on the verge of being destroyed when Captain Dana notified the UN captain of our desire to surrender. Garrick agreed to take the crew of the Lexington and Jericho aboard before destroying both ships. As I record this message, Garrick is waiting for us to transfer over to his ship on the Lexington shuttle. You are the only one left behind. If we're lucky, the UN bastard will ignore one crewman left on board the Lexington. We intend to detonate a thermonuclear device after our shuttle has been taken aboard the UN vessel. This will completely destroy their ship. It will also kill everyone on board both shuttles.
It's still there, yeah.
This should leave you free to complete our mission. There is nothing more important than this mission, including the lives of the crew. We died so that you can finish what we started. Our ship was badly hurt during the UN attack. The first thing you must do is deal with the worst of the battle damage.
We've done that.
There are problems which directly threaten the near-term survival of the ship. Now, first of all, The primary power reactor is headed for a meltdown because the coolant system has failed. The molten core will eat through the containment vessel of the reactor and set off the fuel for the fusion engines.
Okay, we've done that.
The resulting explosion will completely destroy the Lexington and the nearby Jericho. You need to get to engineering and stop the runaway chain reaction. The meltdown is the top priority. When you deal with that problem, then you must get the central computer back in operation. Without that, you cannot complete the mission.
How?
Currently, all computer processing has been delegated to the smaller, decentralized computers that exist on each deck of the ship.
How?
They do not communicate with each other except on a very primitive level. Enough to keep what you might think of as subconscious ship functions going. There is no overall guiding intelligence in these autonomous systems.
How?
The ship's central computer is made up of Turing cores and is home to the complex software that gives the ship's computer its smarts. The higher functions of the ship's brain reside in the central computer cores. These cores are currently inoperative. The primary cores were destroyed, and the secondary cores failed to activate the way they were supposed to. You must get the central computer back online.
How?
I've recorded one more message.
Where?
Look for me again when you get the central computer back in operation. I have key-coded the message so that the higher functions of the main computer will pick it up and display it for you as soon as the central cores are once again operational. Good luck.
Where do I go? You didn't tell me where to go.
Tran out.
I don't know where to go to even start repair work. Oh my god. Do I actually have to go outside? It doesn't make you didn't say to go outside. I don't know. Maybe I should try one of these computers and see what they say. Use a
computer? Any change?
No change.
Okay.
I'm
access.
Maybe I should try the computer on the bridge. Communications? TCS? Tachyon communication systems, no. No. I know I should be stopping, but I just want to know where the central computer is. Oh, you know what? Use the numpad. That buzzing is annoying. I don't know how it happened. It must have been from, I don't know what. Cycle count playing around with the cycle count.
Deck 1.
It should even give me a hint of what I'm supposed to do when trying to repair the central core.
Computer?
The main
Has anything changed?
No change.
I'm done.
Access.
Let's go to the bridge. Maybe it has to be done here. Unfortunately. Tactical consoles, system consoles. You have no idea what this does. I know it's the same time I'm seeing that, second time I'm seeing that, but it's still funny. Geiger counter, scanner. Look at the scanner. Narang explained the function of this device. It's a feel. No. Tactical console, Navimap, dorsal ERCS control, bow. These are manual controls for a set of emergency reaction control system thrusters mounted in various places of the ship. These thrusters are anti-collision devices to be used only if the computer systems and all local backups have failed completely. You aren't a pilot. You might send the Lexington careening smack into Jericho. Okay. We've seen that already. Intercom? Use the intercom. You make a short PA announcement that echoes throughout the NT corridors and rooms in the ship. Too bad I didn't hear your voice. Master caution. It is the master caution indicator for major ship systems. It is supposed to provide an overall warning that something is wrong and prompt a review of specific ship problems. This is a vestigial safeguard dating back to the master caution lights in aircraft of old, and has real little utility. Actually, it has been lit up ever since the battle, and it will probably stay that way until the ship can be returned for dealer service. Cryo LS system, OMS manual overrides, TS aboard. Oh my god, what are all these things? Panic button, we've seen that. Cryo? Plastic stripping device, you don't have a clue what that means. OMS manual overrides. These are the manual OMS overrides that can transfer control of the reaction thrusters from the computer to the joysticks on the console. Okay, we don't need that. C3 telemetry. Lobotomizer. This system will seal off the bridge and eliminate local access to ship systems from anywhere else on board the ship. Called the lobotomizer because of its potentially deleterious effects. This is supposed to be used in the incredibly unlikely event that the ship is boarded. Mostly it is used as an example of a stupid system. TS abort, idiot switches, dorsal. Okay. That is super annoying. System controls. Use. Don't mess with it if you don't know what it is. Okay, fair enough. Data collection analysis system. LS Alpha. Tried those before. They didn't do anything. Alright, so the bridge is not where I'm supposed to be. I mean, there's only so many places to go. I wonder if level 6, the floor that had the damaged... Was it floor deck 5?
Deck 5.
This is science. That's med. Wreckage. Alright, let's try the cutting torch. Ignite. You prime the torch and ignite the pilot. Melt the cutting torch. Cut the cutting torch with the wreckage. You crank up the cutting torch and attack the forest of mangled decorating. After several minutes of very hard work, you manage to clear a narrow path through the wreckage. Okay. Nice. Very cool. Should probably turn this off. Put out. You kill the flow of gases to the jet and the hissing flame dies away. Open.
I've put the combo on this door because I was afraid one of you might come in and mess with the main computer. Please see me if you think you need to get in here. できるものならやってみろ.
Well, I guess we'll save this for next time. But we found the central computer, but it's locked. So I guess we'll have to figure that out.
Access denied.
Alright. No, don't quit. Save. Okay. We'll figure that out next time. That buzzing, though. That buzzing is going to be annoying. So yeah, let's pause that timer. 5 hours and 12 minutes. GG, Necro. That was fun. That was fun. It was a good game. I'm liking it. Unfortunately, that puzzle, I should have read it more clearly. What did I spend almost an hour on that before realizing maybe I should read it again and be like, oh, this makes perfect sense. It's very clear. And it took like, what, 15 seconds after that? Oh my God. But GG's all, that was fun. That was a lot of fun. It's good to be back playing a nice DOS game after, I mean, it was Pandora's Tower, amazing. Amazing experience. Would not trade that in. And the fact that I got to have it, share it with other people was so good, great too. But it's nice to play a DOS game. It feels right. All right. So here we go. Next stream will be on Friday with more Mission Critical. Great game. Oh, I think the jingle has been shut off. Turn that back on. But yeah, Mission Critical back on Friday, 1930 Eastern, 2300 GMT. And then on Sunday, We're back with part 2 of our playthrough of XCOM UFO Defense. Some people might think that we have no chance, but it's never over until the alien swarm takes over and all the countries sign a pact. Yeah. After Mission Critical, it will be Shell Shock Nom 67. That's a Windows game from Guerrilla Games, and Hostile Waters, Anateus Rising. Very underrated. I think more people need to be aware of that game. It's great. It's wonderful. And yeah, I can't wait to play that. And